Alright. How's it going, guys? We are going to be jumping back into Banov again. Still kind of messing around. Let's see. And I woke up at nighttime. Perfect timing. Alright. We get gonna jump into comms here with everybody. And let's see what everybody's doing. Well, I woke up at a great time.
Why'd you crash the car?
Because it's what I do.
I literally woke up a little while ago and I saw someone crash the car within 10 minutes, so I came in here to yell at you. She claims it was her.
I mean, I like to blame, even though I just loaded in.
Yes, we will blame you.
Because it's not unheard of. Did they tell you that we actually found blue trucks?
I saw that picture. Are you guys brought back another truck?
Did you move away from your bike?
Technically I did, yes.
Okay, 'cause like you sound like you're in the other side of the room right now. Ooh, we got a new another Sarka.
Google did a count of how many cars we have.
How many is that?
17.
Wait, is there actually 17 cars here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't believe him, and then he counted, and it was like, and he says, so we gotta make it an even number, right?
I did throw a blue trunk piece on mine, just so everybody knows, like, don't take this one. It's like the warning of like which one do not drive.
Snap's gonna take that. knowing
Why
his
was
luck,
that?
he will not notice and just take it.
We have a neighbor in Motis? Really?
Who's poking about out there?
Just me.
Hey. We got us some leather kits.
Oh yeah, we definitely needed them.
Oi. We're just filling up water now, and I think Dougal's poking about in the green sheds.
Eh,
On and off.
sounds like a McDougal thing, yeah. Hey, how's it going, Rodriguez?
We've got nothing to dig with.
I thought there was a shovel in the tool shed, in one of the barrels. No.
I didn't see one. I'll look again.
How's your day going there, Grizz?
We'll run around and look too.
I put those night vision by your feet.
Thank you so much. So, oh, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna point out, like, I'm awake right now, but I'm just flipping through like the random stuff that's happened while I've been asleep. You guys see that Elon Musk has now officially accepted the Twitter shit, and he could take over as early as Friday.
Did Twitter agree?
Twitter accepts his offer.
Okay. Last I saw is he was like, it was kind of like up in the air a little bit. He was like, I'll buy you, but for this price, and he was waiting for Twitter to get back to him.
Well, I'm looking through this now, but the headline basically says that Twitter's accepted, and they said he could take over as early as Friday. So I'm looking.
Because part of that whole thing too is if he does do it, he doesn't have to go to court.
I don't think they're the ones that wanted to go to court.
Oh yeah, that's my point. They were gonna bring him to a non-jury court, where he almost basically could have been forced to buy it, but he would have been forced to buy it for like that stock price when it jumped because of him.
I love reading like people's takes on it. Elon Musk plans for the website is a suicide bomb.
I did see somebody calling it like X, like App X, and I'm like, what?
I mean, to be honest, he didn't
Oh,
really
yeah.
help himself yet. Yesterday after
Yeah, you got two of them.
what he
Nice.
said on Twitter.
Nice.
Yeah, that McDougal guy gave me another
I'm
one.
not even on Twitter. What did he
Nice.
say
I like it.
yesterday? I'm just following the shit. that was funny.
Neither am I, but he basically sided with the Russians.
Oh,
yeah.
he
Okay,
put
so
out he put
I
out a
saw
poll
that
and
comment.
it was his poll was dumb and he should have never said it.
Okay, so he didn't side with the Russians exactly though, and then like fucking the guy that runs Ukraine put up a poll. Who do you like better, pro-Ukraine Elon Musk or pro-Russian Elon Musk? Like it's fucking weird.
It was one of those things that I think Elon probably just his whole idea of like, you should let them choose. Okay, but this is like telling somebody with a gun pointed to their heads, choose. It's not really a choice.
So part of what he said too was like, let the UN hold a referendum to let all of these places fairly decide where they want to go.
And who in the world is even going to say that Russia is going to care what they do?
I know, but
For
that
UN
was
voting.
part of what he said.
This is why when I read it, it was like, the take is kind of stupid on his end because Russia isn't going to really care about whatever decision they make.
You know what my whole thought on all of this is? I don't give a fuck about Ukraine, and I think we should stop sending billions of dollars to them because I don't know these people.
Part of the reason is because Ukraine's actually extremely resource rich.
Oh, I'm aware they want Ukraine's oil.
Oh, it's not even just oil. There's a lot of resources in Ukraine that apparently makes them a very prime candidate to, like, you know, to take. You know, actually, I grab that.
Looking It's fine. You just want Pripyat or whatever. You want the stalker area. I know.
The what?
Ukraine's where Pripyat or whatever, the stalker bullshit.
That is right, yeah. Ooh, yeah, food. No, see, if it comes to like an apocalypse type setting, I'm screwed because you know I'm a fat guy.
Well, it depends, because you know that fat can help you last a little longer if you ration your food.
But it also
now,
means
if it's a
I
scenario
can't
where you gotta
outrun.
run,
I'm screwed.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you can hunker down somewhere, you can outlast. But if you actually have to run, say like against running zombies,
I mean, we all saw Zombieland. It's a rule. Cardio.
that's why I said if you can hunker down, you can be fine though.
I guess it depends on the zombie. So if it's 28 days later, I think like the majority of us are screwed. If it's Night of the
Is there? I should go see that
Dead,
cave.
I think we'd be okay.
I also wear.
I
Here's
don't
the thing
think
too.
so.
I wear glasses in an apocalypse setting. That's also
if
not
you
a good
break your
thing.
glasses or lose them, yeah, you. So I don't know if we would be okay in Night of the Living Dead, because Night of the Living Dead, they're literally popping out of the ground. So you got to factor not just the living, but
Oh,
every cemetery in the U.S.
I live down the street from one.
So what about like Resident Evil zombies? They were pretty shuffly.
They ran.
Okay, if the
well,
Resident Evil scenario happens, I'm not worried about the zombies. I'm worried about shit like the liquor.
yeah, things get weird.
Oh, I'm not talking like the bizarre mutation.
But that's what that virus does, though. Is it does mutate people more than
Am I
others.
wet? No.
So ideally, then,
Why'd I drop
like,
temperature?
what type of zombie would we want?
I'm thinking like Walking Dead zombie.
Daisy zombies.
They,
I
you know what?
hated-
Daisy zombie's not a bad one. But then
You're gonna
again,
ask for Daisy zombies, and you're gonna get the
Daisy
beta
zombies
version.
after I messed with the mod.
No,
runners.
I'm saying you're gonna get the beta version where they ignore doors and they can just walk through buildings and shit.
the 5-foot reach zombies, when you run by, but somehow they still hit you.
Or if you stand on one, you just suddenly collapse to your death.
Staying on top of one and you just die.
Or Fruitsy's crawlers.
God, crawlers would be the worst.
Crawlers would
IP
suck.
crawlers 1.19.
The thing though is like you should hear crawlers like they really wouldn't be silent coming at you because they'd be dragging over everything.
Going through a cornfield like that, which is like just a whole thing of crawlers going through it.
You definitely wouldn't want the zombies from Last of Us because then you got
Clickers.
well you got the spore areas too.
Yeah, the spore. Oh, what about cargo? No, they were fast moving.
You know what? I'll
sea
tell you
beast.
which ones I want, just because I want absolute hell.
There's water in it.
I want the Deadites from Evil Dead.
Oh, screw you.
I looked up and I saw
I
my
don't
Army of
use it.
Darkness poster.
I wonder if there's an extra knife in here.
Oh, you have an Army of Darkness poster?
Uh-huh. It's above my computer, and to my left is my Evil Dead poster. And on the shelf is a very limited edition statue. And hanging on my wall is the autograph of Bruce Campbell.
You got an autograph?
Uh-huh.
Did you get him meet it?
There's probably a tree out
I did.
right outside of here.
I hear he's really cool to like fans.
He is. He's really grateful. At least he was when I met God, that was like a decade ago at this
jeez.
point.
You a log one?
It was before he did the show.
Logs?
So like the last big thing he did was like cameoing in the Spider-Man shit.
Oh yeah, the No Way Home. Or not No Way Home. Or wait, no, it wasn't the last one.
He did cameo in that because,
Why did he cameo in that?
I think it's because they were doing the nostalgia thing, and they
Okay.
were bringing back the other one, so...
I wasn't sure if it was like, because like the director or something, because it was like, I don't remember him having any lore.
Sure.
Actually, no, I can't remember who directed it. If it's Sam Raimi, that explains why.
Yeah, it is.
It
In
was,
Spider-Man.
yeah.
Yeah, because he has a thing for putting the same yellow
Oh,
car
hold
and
on.
everything.
No, it's not. It's not Spider-Man. It was the Doctor Strange movie that his cameo
Sam
was in.
Raimi did that, yeah.
That was the Sam Raimi one.
I was about to say he's done both.
Yeah, well, he did the original Spider-Man.
The original trilogy. I don't think he did No Way Home, though.
No, he didn't. He did the Doctor Strange one. That's what he was in.
I don't know. I wish they would have let Sam Raimi do everything with that movie. Because the Disney Marvel is kind of bullshit. Like, they don't direct
not that
the
exciting,
fight
though.
scenes anymore. All of that's already pre-done. The directors now just get to direct up to those points, and you have to explain why they're fighting like that.
So, I did watch that Bullet Train.
Bullet Train was good, wasn't it?
Wasn't bad. It's
Oh, I thought
interesting.
that was for movie night.
Oh, we can still watch it as a movie night. I just like saw it and I'm like, I'm gonna check
Wait,
this out.
when he's going to watch that? Because I was going to watch it, but the trailer put me off it so much because it looked like it was just undercutting every serious moment with a joke, like most Marvel movies.
No,
This isn't a Marvel movie.
But yeah,
No, but
but
he's
the
saying
trailer
it's
made it
similar.
look like a Marvel movie. Like there was loads of serious moments, and then they just tried to put in something funny
Is
just to
it?
make it funny. That's what the trailer looked
I would
like
say
to
that
me.
the Bullet Train has very light-hearted moments, but it's like that old school like Brad Pitt humor. But I mean, overall, it wasn't bad. Had a couple nice like little twists to it.
Now, without saying who the cameo was, did you like the cameo of who the assassin was that he took the place of?
Yeah, I got a good chuckle out of
Kind
that
of funny.
because he's like, yeah, he's kind of a prick. Like, we're kind of lazy, you know. Nice guy though, but like, kind of a dick.
My God, we are starved for 556.
Because everybody's rocking a 556 right now.
That just tells me we have to go like Millie crazy.
Which we can.
Wait, are you telling me you don't have an AUG with two 60-rounder magazines?
No, I use our garbage ammo. Like I'm trying to cut through that.
I
I'm
really
still.
need some AKMs.
I mean, I'm rocking an AKM right now, with a 75 with a drum mag.
Oh, you got a drum mag? Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Marbles, there are purple capris in here, and you're not sporting them?
I know. I can't do the full cloud thing, so I don't want to put it on.
Okay, okay.
Plus, we're back in Banov, so, you know, Red Beret. The only thing I'm really missing from the Banov it would be the Satan mask, but he doesn't have that mod.
True. Then you basically would have your look going. That and wind strides too.
What was I wearing for wind strides?
You
I
weren't.
don't remember
I was.
anything.
No, he wasn't. I was.
Oh, okay.
So they actually thinking about, besides the Satan mask, the only other thing I'm missing would be the white medical gloves.
Oh, that's right. I think that really polished off the look.
Is the white vanilla?
Yeah.
You can find your white gloves.
I'm fine with my gloves right now. It'd be really weird to be just wearing white gloves and nothing else. White.
Just white gloves. That's all you want.
2x2 hands of white?
probably find them over in Rabbit. Like, well, I know I've seen a lot of the blue ones over in Rabbit.
So we need 556 leather kits. And
I don't have an extra battery.
3 more
right here.
cards.
Yeah, and even 20. Sounds good.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Until I crash mine, and then we'll need one more. So why don't we
but-
just round it up to like we need 21 cars? Because mine's going to get crashed.
Yeah, like lucky number. But I think it would be funny to achieve at least a 20 goal. We're so close to it.
Radio check, anybody out there? Radio check, anybody out there?
See, I'm kind of curious if the one rumor is actually going to happen with Twitter.
Radio check, anybody out there?
So supposedly when Elon Musk originally offered to buy, remember he had Jack Dorsey's support, and there was a rumor that he was going to put Jack Dorsey back in charge of Twitter.
Anybody out there? I thought he left like on purpose. Like he was just done with Twitter, like running it.
No, there was a big argument, like, because they had the whole board and everything. He actually got pushed out.
Oh.
Like it was, they couldn't.
Radio check, anybody out there?
Type of shit. So he was full on supporting Elon Musk taking it.
Radio check, anybody out there?
I don't know. It's just gonna be funny watching people have a meltdown over this, because everything fucking Musk does now is huge for everyone.
Radio check, anybody out there? Radio check, anybody out there? Radio check. Anybody out there? I guess not.
Good silent, oi.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Nobody's out there.
I'll be right back.
No. I just think I better.
I'm getting dizzy.
I did. But I just. Why does that look better than mine? That looks dirty. What are you doing, draining blood?
Oh, you need any? It's all stocked up in there.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, I've had a grand time.
Yeah, hope you're dealing with your sugar all right.
Oh, sugar. Oi.
Yeah, you might need like a candy bar, an apple, something.
I've got this here pear.
Hey, that'll work, yeah. You should definitely have a pear.
Oh, thank you for caring about my blood, but I kind of like riding out the disease.
That sounds all good and well until you pass out, you know, like in a crucial moment, because you don't lack the blood, you just go plop.
I'd never strike out, you know. Oh, pale and tipsy. But wasn't you the one who encouraged, you know, use of random EpiPens just to get a jump?
Well, that's a arch and EpiPen though.
And also morphine.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yes, but what's the difference there?
This is good water, right?
Oi. Oh, it's so
Get
good
nice
to have
and
fruit.
filled up
You know, I
here.
normally get that back at Normalisk. Forever.
Just because that place is dead.
It's got a certain beauty about it. There's life there.
Oh yeah, Ada and soccer wheels.
So the plan, our way, should we sweep Millie's and, you know, for 556 and, leather kits and, cars and possibly get more of them fancy guns, you know, from deep under.
Yeah, we could do that. We should probably also get up, hit up area 3.
Oh, hi.
Which is
Dougal's
also
brother offered me
which we'll need to run NBC gear for area 3.
I may be able to join. Dougal's brother gave me this. Try.
Cause that's not gonna message you with the rails having lights though.
Well, I never tried it before, but I am willing to give it a shot.
I mean, you can always,
Should be better with that.
yeah, I mean, you can try it. Might be a little less flashy.
That's what I'm thinking. If it gets too much, I'll just, you know, look out and pout in a corner.
So, area 3. Is that kind of like Jankoff? You get into an area, you don't need the, gas mask?
Yeah, I believe so.
Alright. We might be able to do that today then.
You know, I noticed though, we were short on jackets. There's only one in the tent.
There's only one jacket in the tent?
I thought it was odd, but
No, there's
maybe,
plenty.
Did they
maybe
get...
folks bedded down?
no, hold on. I think they're, didn't stuff get put in one of these?
Oh, that's right. I think I moved them.
I think one of these has NBC gear in it.
You're talking about the NBC jackets?
Hi.
There's 5 full sets in there, and then a couple extra jackets, and
Oh,
we mainly
good.
need gloves.
We're low on gloves? That's mags.
We got 5 pair of gloves, so we got 5 full sets.
How's everything in here?
Unless people got them on them.
Well, I went down a hole with mine, so...
Still don't know what madness took over you to just leap into a bottomless pit.
She doesn't know, huh? I don't think she gets it.
And what should I know?
I mean, Dougal knows.
What is there to know? What are you talking about?
Dougal, she doesn't know.
Well, she'll learn.
Yeah, she'll learn. Yeah, I agree. I think these
Well,
are
that's
all
got me a bit worried then.
kind of empty. 'Cause I thought these were empty, but that's empty. That's empty.
Oh, does anyone need
I'm
an
a
extra
bush.
battery? Oh,
I like it. I did start grabbing a bunch of cloaks and all that.
I noticed that you're thinking about being sneaky.
Well, I thought, you know, you'd go with the Tina Turner hair, you know?
I grabbed that one because it was a full suit.
I got a couple cloaks in here. But, you know, not many pockets in those. It might help if actually, you know what? If I bring up a map. There we go. definitely don't need to be walking around with seeds on me. Area 3. So I think that's what we want to go check out today at some point. We want to go up to Area 3. Because we've been into Tiskovich, which is Area 2. We hit up Area 1. And I believe Area 3 has a scope for that special gun.
Marbles, are you joining us?
I don't think he's back yet.
Oh, did I miss him, like, AFKing?
You might have, yeah.
My bad. I love that sound so much.
There's a calling card for, like, we're home.
Hello.
And Grizz was telling me that apparently we have neighbors.
What dish?
Down in, like, Motis.
Like, what's there? Like,
We already knew that.
Who's down in
We
Maltese? Or did you know that we
We
didn't?
found those 2 military tents over by the cave in Maltese.
oh yeah, we took one.
Totally remembered that.
I didn't until he said.
Which tent did
It's
we
just-
steal?
We loot so much, so it's just, you know, blends together.
If only we could leave notes.
Oh god, that'd be just primo if we could.
And then we know Ant and Coder are kicking around and possibly Hoss.
I thought Rootsy said he didn't want to play on a Sentry server.
I didn't say, not that Ant. Wrong Ant.
Oh, okay.
The other Ant.
That ant's long gone.
That's the Ant that died in Banov because if I left his gear in a box with despawned. The days when I was still learning about types files.
Oh my god, my inventory's a mess.
I still remember trying to be all secretive too about like where we were hiding your ants like clothing and stuff to like swap your your character.
I have a feeling that nails have been removed.
Maybe also shovels too.
I thought I saw one in Fresno when we were hitting it up. And Marbles found a hoe.
Grizz wants to
Yeah,
know
put it
if
all back. I don't know where
Grizz-
it went.
Corvus also found a hoe and I threw it away because it wasn't my hoe.
Grizz wanted to know too, McDougal, did you jump into the hole that's in Maltese? Or Matisse?
The cave?
Apparently there's a cave there with a hole.
Yeah, that's where we found those military tents, was right by that cave.
I guess there's a hole to jump into down there.
Oh, I don't know nothing about a hole. I'm down to jump in it.
Oh my god. What is this draw to jumping in holes?
She doesn't know.
Every hole is a goal.
Why though? Like, you guys saw what happened to Corvus?
But they got stuck in a hole.
Yeah, like super stuff. You couldn't even F11 your way out.
Oh, I'm sure he was effing his way out.
Jump in the hole in Deer Island, that's fine.
Listen, I was smashing F to get out of there.
Just pounding the F out of it.
Yep. It wouldn't let me go. Well, this is brand new.
Do you finally get what I was doing now and you ran with it? You're welcome.
It begins.
Wait, Marbles, you you jumping in?
I can. I'm finishing dinner real quick though.
No problem.
That's cool, I can drive you. I'm
I think
totally a
dinner,
great driver.
It's more like breakfast for me, but you know what I was.
I'm totally a good driver. You can get in the passenger seat. Do any of
That it's
the...
met with utter silence.
We need the mod worker right on top of cars.
I've seen that. I was wondering how badly that could be abused.
What, like Teen Wolf it?
Yeah, because you literally can get on top of the roof, and instead of it sliding you off, it actually just keeps you there.
That's kind of amazing.
So you could even like say like a truck. If you get onto everybody gets onto like the top, you could be driving around with everybody on the back of a truck.
Oh, I have started collecting glow sticks.
We got our rave sticks going.
Yeah, we've got it's a barrel in the cabin barrel shed thingy. Just started filling it with glow sticks.
Okay, I dropped a bunch off too. You might have gotten those though.
I think I did.
I think you did, because the dump tent
Oof.
has room in it.
Literally.
And I know
haven't
for
been
one.
secretly organizing.
Well, I also just remember too, I did not leave the dump tent empty.
Do I have time
Yeah, get some shut eye.
to mix a
Yeah, sounds good.
drink dinner?
I'll catch you
together?
around though. Appreciate you stopping in. Say that again?
Probably.
Oi. Hey there, Marbles. Good morning.
Nice pants.
Oi, thank you. No splash of color.
Should grab one of those. What did I just do with that knife? Why no, you don't go there.
Are we keeping like all the extra car parts like in the cars?
No, they're in the car tent.
But
You guys
cars
found a canopy.
cars may have
Yes.
extra car parts though.
I don't like the placement of the canopy.
Yeah, it was a slapdash. The other slapdash one was this medium tent because frustratingly enough,
I never
now that
organized
the
this.
canopy's down, maybe I can get it.
Yeah, I might actually keep those on me. There's times when those actually come in handy.
Oh, yeah, now it can fit.
What's that filter at? Let's fill that up. So, we're also thinking of maybe actually going into Area 3 tonight.
Okay.
And go get the scope, and McDougal got another rifle.
Are you trying to see if you could put it on the porch, McDougal?
There it is.
I think the ceiling's too high.
Oh dang, that would have been
Gunter
perfect
wheel.
too.
I don't need it.
What about like
Yeah,
this back
I want it.
area? We haven't filled right here.
Put those up there. Should grab,
Two more medium tents could go right there.
should grab a spare
That's true.
radiator.
Well, what if you angle it like just along the back of the med tent? Okay. You guys ever know when you're super hungry and wait, I've said that before. We're like
Yeah,
you're
where's
eating
your-
lazy food and it looks good.
I think we're gonna go make a protein shake. What are you doing?
Baked beans always look good.
I keep shuffling, like reorganizing. Not reorganizing, I mean like putting things in a place where they belong.
So regular organizing.
Just not messing up what's already there, just putting what needs to be there.
It's okay. Throwing more stuff into the dump tent because I actually just remembered that the other night I never finished unloading my car.
Isn't there a bunch of stuff there?
It was mostly like meds. I think one of the last things we hit up was like rabbitish at some point.
Do we want to keep? Who's keeping a like a ski mask?
I don't think anybody's rocking ski masks.
In the PID tent.
I mean, Osnap was wearing a balaclava, not a ski mask.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, balaclava. Okay.
He was wearing a black one, though, not a green one.
We could be keeping it as a backup.
I think these Gunters all have doors. Door.
Surprised we haven't found night vision goggles.
Found one pair.
And I'm carrying them.
What is damaged over here?
They're at a heli crash.
Oh, I think I'm seeing the frame. Hey, Brownie. How's your day going? Well, that was a fender, but I think it's actually just the frame that's been damaged, badly damaged.
Does everyone have blood?
I'm still carrying 2 bags on me.
Yeah, I'm carrying 2 just in case, and a bunch of medical stuff.
I think I have like a no positive and a no negative on me.
Ooh, is the barrel in the cabin, is that going to be like for firewood or anything?
Probably could be. Witchell? Have we actually been like grabbing any like axes at all?
Nope.
Yeah, there's a bunch of hatchets in here.
We have hatchets,
I have
okay.
it. If it wasn't a gun or like a car.
Okay, why don't you go grab your protein drink?
Okay.
You're watching Sentry play that. I looked at that real quick.
It still kind of reeks up here.
It ain't going up there. I ain't doing it.
I thought that was your bed.
Ain't anymore. No, I sleep behind the bar. My first impressions of like, because I was looking at their Twitter page real quick to see like a YouTube video of it. And
That room will forever be like the stinky poo room.
kind of,
You know, last time I was on, I explained what that room was, and Banaynay even heard it.
I'm still sleeping behind the bar. I don't trust it.
What, that it was clean?
I don't trust it at all.
Who did we bring back up that day?
Might have been Grizz.
I think it might have been. All I know is before I went to sleep, I'm like, alright, I'm gonna go clean up that rancid pudding cup I threw all over that room upstairs and sleep in a bed for a change.
It was the wettest fart sound I've heard.
I don't trust it. I still don't trust it. I'm still, you know, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna just stay behind the bar and maybe somebody can get the taps working and like, I'll just have beer while I'm just laying there.
See, my answer to that is like, if it was, there would have been stuff running down my legs and stuff. It would be like all over the room.
I mean, I would have hoped you would have like maybe pulled your pants down. Maybe just had like some like, you know, projectile.
Why would I pull my pants down unless I was trying to shit on your room?
Oh, for all I know is you might have actually got up there on purpose to shit there. Like one of those people who goes into like the bathrooms and just somehow misses the toilet completely. But the game he's playing, it kind of reminded me of a little of like Project Zomboidish. Because it, you know, was doing the whole top-down view. You know, you're running around loading.
There's another 60 rounder in this tent.
We've got a couple because they spawn kind of heavily at the helis.
There's a 5.56 suppressor in one of the tents. Right in the accessory tent.
Swap those rounds out, and you're not gonna put my mag rep in. Thank you, Daisy. Why would I ever want my magazine where, you know?
GC chest now.
Yeah, I found 2 of my last little adventure out.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like we have like 70% of the servers at least tents and cars. And I'm also surprised that none of these cars have like crawled up the fence or gone to space. Oh, kind of stuck there. feel like you don't ever really get to use tire repair kits. Like your tires just get ruined instead.
Okay, back, sorry.
These vehicles have like such random loot inside all of them.
So, what's the game plan?
Could hit up a millie. Could also jump into area 3.
Should we hit up a millie first, see if we can, you know, beef up a little on 556? And then go to area 3? How are we on filtered?
Because we could bring NBC gear with us if we wanted to.
Yeah, yeah.
Kind of like Marvel's did last
Area
time.
3 is a millie, so.
There is that, yeah.
But there'll be aliens there, so you're gonna have to use a lot of ammo.
So probably wise for us to hit up at least like 1 millie before.
Oh no, I got plenty of ammo on me.
I might, if we do that, I might bring a little extra 7.62 short.
Why is there barbed wire laying on the ground here and an apple?
Spicy apple.
I threw the barbed wire off the tower.
How many filters would we even need?
Just to get inside. Unless
I
you
just one.
unless you're looking to
one.
like loot around, you might want to have an extra.
Okay.
An extra one's also good if you want to like swap and then fill the other one with charcoal.
Well, this one's at 80. And we've got a 83. That should be fine.
Did I
I
not?
think we're pretty low on charcoal. Let me check.
And we got some charcoal.
Oh yeah. Okay. If you guys want to drop filters off, I could just like spam fill them.
Let me, cause I'm like right here. I doubt we have enough charcoal to fill those up. Medical. Most likely we do not have enough charcoal for all of those.
I mean, but what else are we using the charcoal for? Like, if any
Oh,
of us
no, we're
get
not.
stomach sick, it's like,
I just, it takes a lot of charcoal to fill up a filter.
yeah. I'll fill up as many as I can. Do you have... Oh, do you have any on you? Or does anyone have, like, filters on them at, like, 80%?
I'm bringing the rest of the filters over. If you're trying to like start with like the more already full ones.
The highs, yeah.
Okay, what's on the ground? This should be all of our filters.
Okay,
Minus the one masking filter I have in a car already set up. Also, Banov's going pretty good. We're still like in the herding cat phase of everybody, you know, trying to get ready to leave. hood, jacket, gloves, pants, boots. And then my car will have 2 NBC sets already in it.
Okay, because I got one on me. I think Dougal, you're square too.
Yeah, just grab one.
So other than that, it's just filters.
We almost have enough to. Yeah, like most of these are going to be 100%. Everybody got food, water, repair kits.
Yeah, nothing like a couple guys in a tent just stuffing their, mouthful of meat.
Well, I'm hearing a lot of mouth noises over there.
It's guy things you would understand.
Another ball.
Oh, is that so Marbles can have his boba tea?
Do you want to see what it looks like right now?
Actually, I kind of do, yeah. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
It's delicious.
Do you also carry
How
a little?
bad is it?
Do you carry the little thumb too with you?
No, I'm not carrying that.
Oh, it. Let's just say one little mishap.
You know what? Here, does this make it better? Let me throw that in there.
Well, I mean, what do you mean you're only carrying one antidote? Who just carries one antidote?
I mean, it's for me. I don't know about you.
Then a wink, wink.
I'll miss you.
Like certain
Oh,
movie.
he's got one.
Certain movie. Who just carries one antidote? You got to be better prepared. No,
okay, I got you.
I'm mansplaining. I'm sorry.
I'm more worried about that thing on his chest.
There's nothing. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
That gets hit, we all die.
Yeah, we would all die.
It's fine. Live a little.
All right, I think I packed them all right. We've got about 7 filters up to 100% in here.
All right. I don't think we're gonna need that many.
I just figured we'd use the charcoal while we had it.
Oh no, you might as well fill them up.
Yeah.
Oh
my god. You just messed. Oh, what are you doing to the order?
What? I'm throwing them in my car.
Okay, it's fixed.
Okay, so I have 2 NBC gear sets in my car. Each one has 1 spare filter.
I've got one on me and Dougal has it, so that's 4. And I'm carrying a spare filter?
Hey, dude, do you think we need any more bandages?
I'm carrying 2 fulls on me at the moment. We could just pack some bandages in the car.
Oh no, that was a joke question.
Rhetorical question.
Yeah,
Oh,
He
okay.
probably looked in the medical tent.
Okay.
I did. I looked in there and I'm like, there's like 5 rows of just bandages in here.
Yeah. health is important.
I don't think we're getting cut enough for that.
Health is important.
We don't have like Richie's, custom zombies in here, so.
Hey Dougal, since we want to actually like get there efficiently, do you mind driving?
Yeah, I could drive.
Is this when I asked Marbles to drive too?
No, you don't understand. I couldn't even go like above 40.
It's okay. Marbles doesn't drive above 40.
Which car you want to take?
That's not true. I was going 70 in the badly damaged car.
Which one is calling your name? Which one is speaking to you?
We have so many cars. You'd go for the ones like, which one speaks to you today? Which one matches my shoes?
Yep.
You know?
Which one? I'm looking for a certain personality type, a certain feel.
I think the all red Gunter.
Oh, hey. Nice shade of scarlet.
I'm actually surprised I didn't actually crash like Gunter the other day when I was driving.
Goes with their shoes.
It does. They're matching in the red armband.
That's right. I wanted to grab.
I'm surprised too. I
That's
really feel like.
62.
Oh, are you guys taking the death car?
Of course we are.
Okay. So we'll probably need some spare parts.
I brought spare parts.
No, if that car crashes, it's probably dead.
Oh, if it. No, yeah.
Oh,
No,
I meant
it,
to find a new car.
possibly. It is definitely. Like, that thing taps something and just forget about it.
Forget about it.
I got
Oh.
a battery and spark plug on me, and there's a
Marbles.
radiator in the car.
I pulled one of your moves when I came really actually close to hitting something. Like, I couldn't even fit like a finger.
I still gotta clip that. That was like crazy close.
It should have been a crash.
Oh yeah. Yep. I don't know how you did not crash.
No idea, because like I don't think you can even like put your finger in between like myself and whatever it was I was about to hit.
I think Lance said it was like about a hand's space.
All I could remember though was like was Marbles stopping right before that barrier.
All right, I am going to close every tent opening.
Or did it? Unless somebody opened up one.
And then canopies left open.
Actually, no, we can close the campy one just to see if people do
Somebody, yeah.
comes up, they'll pop it open. And I went through everything and closing it. By the way, not every car, but yeah, actually no, every car in here has a radiator, spark plug, and battery in it, so we definitely have spare parts.
Jerry can. For water.
Ours has gas in it.
Why you guys just keep stealing the jerry can on my truck?
There's 2 jerry cans over in this one. One's emptied.
I think the Ada has the majority of them. Because we filled up a bunch with water.
Yeah, we just grabbed every jerry can there was that was empty and filled water in it.
How do you remember which one's your truck?
Mine's the one that has crates.
Oh,
And it has like little lipstick kisses all over it.
like also like using lipstick to write mine.
Yep.
I'll be right back.
I'm gonna be right back too. I'm just gonna run to use the bathroom.
Oh, are you gonna get in the car?
Well, no, I'm gonna drive.
I just figured if you wanted to, like, you know, piss in the car again.
What, this way I can piss in both seats?
Yeah. Mark your territory. Finish it up.
I have to go through all 4 seats, just piss in each one.
Like your pee pants and Marbles is
Is this like a whole like a twin joke here? One's pee, one's poop.
poop. Yep. Poop pants.
It might be.
Alright, well, if we're going off that bullshit story, I didn't poop my pants.
Pudding pants. You know, even if I say you're pudding
I
pants,
shit the bed apparently.
because even if I call you pudding pants, it's still like the euphemisms there. But yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, guys. I'm gonna run to use the bathroom because by the time we leave here, it's
Should
probably
I
gonna be a
fill
minute.
Jerry entirely with water or just like halfway?
30 seconds.
I just emptying it back out. I didn't realize you had a full one. There we are.
Actually, Marbles, do you mind driving for a minute?
I don't want to drive.
Just for a minute.
At the moment, we're not driving, so. Plus, I'm stacking all the seeds back into this.
Alright, I'm gonna jump into the passenger seat just in case.
So what millie is kind of close to Area 3? Because we're hitting Amelia before it, right?
Are we?
Our best bet is actually just go right to Area 3. Because,
Go straight there.
yeah. Because Area 3 is like really close to where we are.
Whereabouts is it?
Northwest corner of the map.
The Nad right Kamami?
I think it's around there, or maybe a little north.
Oh,
It,
where all those medical tents?
it shows on the in-game map. Like the in-game map actually has like the areas labeled. You guys good?
Oh, he got to take the other.
Do we have to turn around?
Or go up to where it forks and turn by that trailer. But yeah, this road will take us straight there.
I know Marbles and myself have only found this place by accident.
So we should probably stay in eyesight.
Well, no, we might just,
No,
you
as long
know,
as they stay to the road, they'll be fine.
we just might, you know, end up finding another place by accident.
Yeah, I'd believe that. But at least there's no heli to like shiny you guys off the road.
Yep.
Hey, there might be.
Bless us, Daisy gods. Ooh, I haven't been up here.
I was kind of disappointed that wasn't like a secret thing at the end here.
Yeah, that other tunnel.
Because it looks like it should be something. Ugh. Ugh.
Park mine behind
You gotta love seasonal changes. So you're just leaving us right here?
Yeah.
Alright. We're throwing all our gear in the trunk, so.
Go ahead. Give someone a reason to steal it.
As long as they don't steal my car. Because I want to be the one who crashes this thing.
Just goals. Oh, I did not bring any tire repair kits.
We'll just have to be super careful.
Mm-hmm. Totally careful.
See, I'm gonna want that. That won't do me any good.
Ooh, 556.
That. Yeah, none of that's gonna be helpful when I'm in there. Definitely want that. That. In case anybody really needs food. I'm not gonna need any of this. Hotbar those.
Some black doors here if you want them.
Sure. I keep throwing pieces on this car anyways to kind of basically bring up doors and whatnot. And then I try to keep mine kind of bared. Because if I do kill that car, it seems kind of silly to die, you know, with pieces on it. You know, guys, I'm gonna do a ad now so it doesn't run like at a weird time. I don't need most of this stuff. All right. Did you grab the filters for your mask?
Yeah.
There was two, right?
One on the mask, one in the car.
Okay.
Oh, are we going in now?
We're going in. I think Dougal's already running around.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
Radio comms check. Radio comms check. Everybody live?
No, I'm dead.
Hi.
Being dead inside doesn't count.
And just to confirm, it doesn't matter if we're going quiet or loud with these bastards, oi.
Yeah, I don't think it's really gonna matter.
We've got contact already.
Alright, lights.
Camera, action.
Oh, I think we're good for filters here.
I still see some particles.
Dude, I'm not coughing.
Good here.
Alright.
Yeah, you can pop your filter out. You can leave the mask in if you want. We'll get top. He's running.
I'll guard up top.
Anybody hurt? Anybody damaged?
Well, there's a pipe down here on the bottom floor. Is upstairs clear?
Which is clear. I don't think up here is an S file. Anybody want an S file?
I'm gonna assume no.
Can think of a couple folks back home who'd want it, but not me.
Yeah, I'll steal the
There's
mag.
like 2 or 3 in the tents at home, so.
Alright, I'm just gonna steal the mag and the ammo then. Hey, everybody stacked up?
I am guarding up top.
Your eyes bugging you?
Oi.
Left and right are clear. We got contact down below. Got 2 of them. I gotta reload.
Three of them out here.
Yeah, we got one by, I think, right in front of that door. I'm gonna open it.
I'll be on your left.
Got jammed.
Need to fix it up.
And no, it's only one, and
I notice my gun jams when it's worn.
yeah, pristine mag still jammed on me. Where are they hooking up this TV? I don't see a socket or anything.
Well, the screen's pretty busted on it, so.
Radio and gloves. We don't. What was that? Ammo? Nothing that we need. Oh, there's nothing that I need.
I think there's a bunch of ammo for that one gun.
Yeah, there's a demon ammo box too.
And a rope.
Oh, this is quite the scope. So we came for down right there. I was
You've
surprised.
located the scope.
Yeah, we've looked. Yep, we got the X site. And Marbles is setting
Sweet.
fires down here.
But probably not the wisest idea. It's not very high ventilation, eh?
We're gonna find out. I think he's just breathing it into his mask.
He's breathing the smoke in.
Yeah, no, it's. Yep, that's what it looks like. I think you should get some charcoal going.
I may be getting some bear hunting on.
Did you end up looting all up top? Or was it not much to really loot?
Yeah, this place is pretty small.
I think they got they had more aliens in here than the Jankoff was. This is Alpha Team. We're working our way back to the surface.
Oh, hi. That was quick.
Just like a woman always complaining about how quick it is.
What you mean there?
Everybody, everybody thinks it's quick until you try holding like a plank for a minute. Then a minute becomes a really long time.
I mean, planks aren't that heavy.
Oh no, doing a plank.
That you guys, Fern.
Yeah.
Oh. Ooh.
Found another red key card.
That was a little close. Nice. That's the Jenkov one, right?
Yeah.
I've got one on me as well.
Yeah, same here. This is Alpha Team. We're on the surface.
Oh, hi. Dougal, I moved your car up next to Marbles.
You know what? That makes sense to grab that, yep. If we're all dressed for it, do we want to hit Jenkov real quick?
Hi.
Not a long drive just to go over there.
Yeah, it's a pretty long drive.
Kind of. It's on the other side of the map.
We got so many keys for it.
We probably don't need more C-Mags, right? Just the ammo out of them.
Yeah, just the ammo.
Well, we could always head down south to that barrier. It's getting closer. We could always head down south to airport.
Oh, the Breeze one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I gotta figure out what was I completely storing in here. Batteries. I feel like there might have been one more item. Check that in my bag. Sort that in a minute. Let's see, got room for that. That.
I mean, next step was Millie's anyway. Finding another car. Or we could troll down south looking for freshies.
Like around like the city.
mean, there's always that baby Millie in the capital. Hey, Dougal. You want those MVGs back?
I guess.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was a good idea. It was just the muzzle flashes. It kind of overwhelming. Man, that blows.
We end the NVGs and help.
No, kind of made it worse. But it was worth a shot, and thank you for letting me try it, Dougal.
Is that becoming your calling card?
What's your burning there? There.
You want to finish up your pot?
I'm burning stuff.
Can see that. You notice? Sometimes you get kind of this like glazed look about your eye when you're burning things.
Oh, you got another thing for your boba tea.
Ugh, eye.
Is that the one I put in the car?
I'll do it as brought over.
Oh, well, I found 2 of those as well, so, like, it's... My pot's full.
Oh wow.
Your pot is full of just plague bombs.
I mean, most of them are the grenades you launch.
You'd prefer the the little balls of death.
Are you
Just go to
saying I have little
container
balls?
and you'll have them.
But I mean, you've got a couple in the pot, aye? Just about 1 or 2.
I do have 2.
So would you do you prefer holding
Do you
on
want
to?
a drink?
Oh Jesus Christ! No, that's fine.
Well, no, it's totally good for you. It's healthy. Builds a real strong immune system.
My immune system's plenty fine. I don't want to go risking about drinking, basically the bubonic plague and concentrate.
Who's there?
What do you guys?
Oh,
do you guys?
did you get that tire in there?
I did. Yeah, I made room. Yeah, does this car radio work? Do you guys hear me over there?
That's some fancy wiring that he just did.
Well, I noticed this little thing in here. I wasn't sure if these things still work anymore.
Kind of eerie, your voice coming out of the speakers as they are.
Is my voice really that eerie?
Oh, hi. Not like your brother.
I'm gonna try not to be offended by that.
So are we going down south? Looking for fresh faces or...
So we're on the radio now?
Hey, you didn't see the little radio button down there?
This is Marbles in the Crow coming at you from 96.6.
That's
We got that slow jazz, the fast jazz, we got the heavy metal, the rock, and everything in between.
How do you...
But
how do you
first,
all feel about...
the weather. McDougal, how's the weather looking?
Another clear sunny day here in Banov.
And now, over to sports. Ashling, how are those Bears doing today?
Well, I'm sorry, I never followed hockey.
And that's all we have for time for the sports channel. Tune in next week for sports.
The ball did the thing.
It went into the gold hoop.
In other drama news today, Marbles, have you heard that I think the weatherman and the sports person are colluding on their news stories?
That's right. I heard they're having an affair, actually.
An affair?
What?
Well, they sure moved those goalposts, didn't they?
I thought that was a legal move.
I mean, after all, one does like to talk about balls, while the other one likes to talk about how wet it is outside.
And that is our drama hour for you. A 96.6.
How are we feeling about hitting up the airport before the capital?
Oh, you want to go? We can go hit up a Cabrice.
You know, I hadn't heard radio in a while, and I'm beginning to wonder why I missed it.
Oh yeah, you know, back on Banov, you know that 96.6 guys, they were ooh, that was some good radio station back then.
Christ, first, Chinars, you have got music, and then in Banov, you had consistent radio DJs playing.
Yeah, they had you know, they had the news, sports, you know, some political drama. I mean,
Oh, wow, we can actually play basketball back there. Did you guys see that?
is there a court?
There's an actual basketball court next to that school.
Those hoops aren't regulation.
Of course, they wouldn't be regulation around here.
Does that mean they're too large, you know, wide across the rim?
Nah, they're too short.
So that means
mean-
we can all dunk on it, though, right?
Oh, you especially, Crow. Yeah, you could reach that.
What? Marbles, I think she just called me short.
I mean, you shouldn't take offense to it if you resemble the comment.
That means you're the same height as me.
We're not, I mean, we're twins, but we're not identical. I'm
Well, I
actually
mean,
taller than you.
that is true, yeah. It's because I wear boots.
Hi.
Look, we all know that you're wearing that ridiculous wig because you're trying to look taller.
Teasing the roots, get a bit of height.
Oh, you're just gonna spill my secrets over the radio, huh?
Yeah.
But you know what they say, you know, higher the hair,
You know, if you
closer
would
to
just wear
God.
boots, it would also make you look taller.
Oh, so now I gotta wear boots and the hair? What's next? Apple bottom jeans?
I mean, if you want your ass to look good.
I think it kind of helps too that, you know, well, actually, you know, Marvel's posture seems a bit more, you know, like alert.
Did you hear that? He says you hunch over like a weirdo.
Wow. Also, that Sarka had a different colored hood on it. Listen, it's a...
Also, I'm just gonna say thank you for noticing how erect I am.
Hey, good posture there. It's important. Spine health.
I mean, listen, my posture just because, you know, I like to play video games, you know, and they just kind of leaned over a little too much.
You got that
Okay,
gargoyle.
See, you could have had a better excuse if you really would have thought about it. You should have said that your posture's bad because you lean over to play the games with your child, but, okay.
Well, no, that one just gave me a bad back. Pretty sure I slipped a disc back then.
Oh, is that why you kind of walk, you know, kind of crooked?
Maybe.
Probably crash.
Oh, hi. We're going quite fast. I'm just gonna clench my seat now. Oh, Oh,
Hey,
what was
2
the
for
top
1.
speed there, dude?
Wow, look at that. That was nice.
That was good,
You
huh?
got a Quigley.
I did.
140.
Yeah, what do we got? What do we got? Knives, gloves. I'm at 39. Couple knives, but not top tier.
I mean, there was one of these. I picked it up.
Oh, how the heck did I miss that?
The what?
How did I miss that? Or was that like in the at the front?
Because it was like the first thing right in front of the baby AK.
Hey, do you want another red beret?
I mean, I'll take it.
Yeah, this guy had one. That drum mag have any ammo in it?
11 rounds.
I'll take the ammo.
I mean, you won.
I
Do
definitely
you
would.
need it immediately, or can we
No, I don't
keep
need it.
going?
Hey, we keep going. So where are we going in here?
I don't know. That's why you're driving past a lot of buildings.
I guess maybe we'll start on this end.
I thought they came down to this end.
Radio.
Which end did you go? Which area are you guys starting on?
North end.
I mean, they sped down this way, so I'm assuming they're down here.
That's what I thought, but I don't see the car anyways.
He likes to hide behind shit, remember?
Ah, that's right, yeah. Well, yeah, we'll just we'll take a peeky look. Garbage. Do we want We don't really need the J crane.
I mean, do you have room? Like I was gonna say, Lois.
We could. I mean,
I don't have room.
oh yeah, gotcha. I thought you said if I had room.
Yeah, if I had room. Meaning I don't have room.
Yeah, I kind of missed the eye there.
Is that your guys' flare? There's a flare. This is about to be gassed.
You need to get out of
That's
here.
from south end. The flare stopped at the heli crash, you guys. Oh no, did marbles disconnect?
Shit, can I go down this way?
No.
Oh, okay.
The way they said the flare was by the heli.
Oh, alright, so we should be going down. Good over here. Where
But
where's the
pretty sure it's about to get gassed.
Is that exit? Exit right over here?
Yeah, there's an exit right there.
We were right next to the exit.
Yep, here it comes.
Well, that was close.
Dang, right over the heli.
We checked the heli. As
We
soon as
did.
got in.
We hit it early.
Oh, good. Oh, okay.
I think this is a black tactical shirt.
I started racking the leather. Your shots?
Shot.
I shot 2 suppressed shots.
One suppressed shot.
Maybe we heard 2 shots, so
We should be able to get back in there. Alright. Only the whole, because the whole thing's not.
Yeah, if you circle the outside.
Yeah, we can still hit those hangers.
Yeah, because like up north isn't.
Cause I think this one has what, like 3 different spots that can get hit.
I thought just 2. Like just basically north and south.
I don't like these. These barracks usually suck.
Yeah, most usually get that's like what, ammo?
Should probably just head the way we're going. Because there's some industrial over there.
Can we live in Banov again? Why do you miss Banov?
Why do I always check the hangar back rooms? They never have anything.
Do you want to check that in? No.
I think the door's open. I think they already checked it.
Alright. Yeah, they must have come down to here because dead zombies.
And based off the radio comments, I believe she's in the building to the right.
I hate, you know, this is like one building like hanging. I hate this one.
I think this would be like a great building to take over, except they're always in the middle of like a military base, so...
It would be that because there's so many doors.
I'd want the main spot, not all the little back rooms. I mean, the back rooms would be alright too, but...
Well,
You know what always bugs me is like, I gas to kill zombies. Why don't they just gas like everything all at once? Like, I get mechanically that'd be impossible, but I do mean just like lore-wise.
it's probably those government contracts. They make more money by just constantly bombing.
You joke, but...
Do we want? There we go.
If we kill all the zombies, they'll be out of a job.
Yeah. Hey, I asked when we were running like as a big
when I
group.
read like, you know, the anomalous lore or whatever, like the end of the world basically happened. Like a lot of the population is decimated, so
And
wouldn't the economy
That's a great one.
kind of be thrown off its kilter anyway?
I don't know if the anomalous lore actually counts as official lore. I know it's just the guy became part of the team, but I don't think they count it as official lore.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was really good. They even included that what is it? The traveler's notes that you can find some of them in Shanaris too, where he's traveling like up north to Anomalous.
They had some like lore also, like Livonia.
I think if they want to throw that lore in, it would be Livonia over in the Moss.
Because they're pushed in Livonia like none other.
Oh yeah, didn't we do that because we had gassed off Enwolf? But he really filled out Banov. It's still a very flat area.
So part of me hopes it's never official lore, 'cause I don't like the whole alien aspect. Why can't it just be zombies?
Well, the aliens brought the virus.
I don't like that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want it to go from horror movie to sci-fi horror.
You just want like horror.
Yeah, it should just be like one of us created it, not fucking aliens.
I kind of
Or better yet, just don't explain anything.
and let people just like theory craft.
Yeah, we don't technically need official answers. That's why they're very vague about shit anyway.
I don't know. I kind of really like finding like the little documents and stuff and the why behind the what with like the portals that we get to use.
To me, this is like explaining how the Force works. It's metachlorian. I don't want to know.
No, it's not.
Not metachlorians?
Correct.
It's space magic.
Did they ever explain why they tried shoehorning that in?
No, there's a barrel there.
Oh my god, away.
Lots of Sarka parts.
Yep. Yeah, it's an empty barrel just down the middle there by hospital. You guys wouldn't happen to have room in your car for a barrel, would you?
I think so.
Possibly.
Yeah.
See, I think that was
we can make
that's
room?
a big thing too. Is at least we know our crew didn't really care for that whole like the alien part? I don't think we need any of that.
You know, I expect the explosive ammo to be inside the hospital. That makes sense. Like right on a shelf.
Oh, 100%. Also, wasn't the Yellow King or something supposed to be a whole like lore thing?
Yeah, your shots brought a bunch of zombies. I walk out in front of the hospital. There's like 3 running at me.
I had a feeling when I popped off like those 2 like 3D like in a row. I'm like shit.
That was Dougal. Man, I didn't find any 556.
I found like a couple rounds.
I found a single box.
Or much of anything, really.
Found a lot more at the area 3.
Yeah, the 556 I found was in a mag.
Fire station's clear.
Alright, so that barrel is by hospital, guys. I do know, like, on, like, say, like, Chernarus, Banov is relatively, like, a very flat
You're
land.
a hospital.
So there's a lot of people who come into hospitals.
Is that your way of saying he smells like pee and sterilized chemicals?
That would be what Banov corpse smells like, right?
Iodine and pee.
Drugs. Yeah.
Nope. Nope. Pistol was not gonna work on that one.
That was us.
You let your suppressor ruin, didn't you?
Do you know?
Banaynay. Oh no.
Oh no, it's pristine.
Oh.
Why did it just sound louder at the end?
No idea. It's a pristine suppressor on that one because I don't use the SVD all that often. It does have, like, yeah, the vertical side of having the underground areas. There's also hidden ones now.
Is it just me, or do these suppressors last like really long time?
They do. Doug mod again nerfed the shit out of suppressors. That's why they disappear so fast right now.
No, they don't last very long, biggies. Real ones.
There's another
No,
barrel I just
The
found.
modded in ones, those last forever.
Well, there was those like suppressors, the modded ones that could go on like any gun that, yeah, they didn't like get damaged.
So the Doug mod, like, it nerfs suppressors to make them not last as long. So that's part of the reason why they don't last as long on the other server.
No, the last patch actually buffed them some because they made it where they can't repair them.
Right. Doug's the Doug mod that we have on the other server nerfs the shit out of them after that. Since we still have it on it, it made them weaker.
So come 1.19, they should be pretty good again.
Huzzah!
I think the biggest thing we have to tweak, come that one, is just the animal meat that comes off of animals.
The meat explosion.
Yeah, the only way to do it on Cherno is kind of glitchy.
I don't know if we can fit another barrel.
Yeah, we can make it work.
Wait, you already have one?
Not yet, we just got back to the car.
Thinking, but
Ooh, battery.
Oh, Marbles, did you drop like a bison from your car?
No.
Oh, there was just a bison in the road by your car. I picked it up.
no.
It has a suppressor.
I think he grabbed it and then dropped it in the road.
I never picked up a bison.
I'm thinking of an ump. I think I thought you pick up an ump.
Oh, I'm getting rid of the bison. We have one, but I'll keep the suppressor.
They don't have to be that hard to find. They're just suppressors.
Why am I wet?
Giggity.
It hasn't even been raining.
You know what? I think I was actually hearing that rain sound. I just didn't even notice it. Hold on. I think I'm getting myself confused
Well,
here.
maybe Banov is just way more humid than we realized.
Is Banov Florida?
It might be.
Just a constant state of moistness?
I will exit this Discord. I will leave the server.
But isn't cake really good when it's...
Baked well,
Oh, yes, moist cake, yeah.
yes. Ah, good. No.
It's well,
Wait,
it's
that
the only
word.
time like that word probably is like can be used like without like it's a proper way of talking about cake.
I detest that word.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, most women, for some reason, all hate that word. There's a bison in here.
I don't know why. It's just we universally, I guess, hate it.
barrel's a fire barrel.
What, that green one?
The one by hospital?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think we even paid attention to that.
Just
There's a yellow one if you'd rather have a yellow barrel.
where'd you leave it?
I mean, it works the same.
You gotta drive more towards the heli.
Yeah, he threw it kind of like the like spools of wire or whatever, piping.
I'm so bummed we didn't have it. We should have grabbed nails while we had the chance, just to at least put up a flag.
Yeah, I wish I didn't make those crates.
This place isn't too bad.
I mean, storage is king, so I'd understand.
It's not too bad. Barrels and tents have a pretty long natural like timer on them.
Oh, yeah, no, I just meant like a big, the flag would just be like this gigantic middle finger, basically, of like, meh, we're here.
And then somebody steals our flag.
And we'd find another, because they're still spawning.
Is there ammo over here?
I mean, I think there's a chance the nails still are as well.
There's an ogre here.
Is it drivable?
No, but this is the most awkward. If this was a spawned in one, like a natural spawn, this is an awkward area for it. Oh man, this thing has been stripped. Wonder if
You
I should
said
just,
it was an Olga?
wonder if I should just kill it.
Destroy it, yeah.
But
You
yeah,
said it was.
it's an Olga.
Do you think?
It's a white one.
Do you think that's the one of the Olga's coder may have stripped for his?
Alright, nobody checked the front of the heli?
Google put a mine.
Oh, we checked it already, but
Well, no, the next time somebody comes and checks one, they'll blow their legs off.
So we're by the heli, but we don't see.
you can hear those.
We checked the
Suppressor shots?
industrial area.
You might also see the smoke from a car now.
So, from the heli, do you see me down here?
Oh, there you are. Yes.
It's down here by this car.
Yeah, that thing is completely stripped.
And I have been trying to collect smoke grenades too.
Need to find out like the fun colored ones.
Because I know it's a force of habit of you guys to immediately use those when you find them.
What's that?
Did you guys already sweep this whole area?
Take another one.
Pretty much. I think he might be checking the last bit in that corner.
The barracks.
We didn't check that side though, where there's some industrial. On that side by the plane where we came in.
Oh, okay. From what I remember, like, doesn't the Millie loot kind of bleed into those?
It does, and military industrial is the only place you can find plastic explosives.
That's something we need?
No, because there's no bases to raid. I'm just saying, like, there is a bleeding. Like, you can only get certain items and, like,
See, and it kind of makes sense, but then like anomalous confuses me on where I find things sometimes. Oh, I think they already cleared this spot, Dougal.
Yeah, I looked the other way and you drove behind me, so I don't know.
I was about to have a dude, where's my car moment.
And then?
Sweet.
Really?
Why?
What's mine say?
Sweet.
Such a stoner movie.
That's a great stoner movie.
Right up there with Biodome.
The best one's Half-Baked.
I just rewatched Big Stan the other night.
Actually, I don't know if I can say Half-Baked. Now that I'm thinking about it, all the Cheech and Chong movies,
Oh, yep.
I have to say, I don't remember any of the Cheech and Chong movies.
For a reason.
hey man, I'm looking for Dave. Dave's not home, man.
Or I'm gonna admit something. I mean, I may never have actually watched them.
Ooh.
Which could be why I'm not remembering.
Though since I brought up Half-Baked, I saw something the other day with Jim Brewer, who's in that. And basically, he hated the fact that he got labeled a like stoner comedian. He ran with it for a couple years.
He did. That was like his whole shtick.
Yeah, but he had to because he couldn't get hired as anything else. And they kept offering him movies. Apparently, Harold and Kumar was offered to him. He would have been Harold.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he was offered that role and he said no.
Wow.
Because he was trying to get away from that.
Oh, that sucks being typecast.
And the thing that he said that finally like made him abandon all of that was some I don't remember if it was someone he knew or not, but someone came up to him and had like a comment as like, I can't take my kids to your comedian shows. And he's like, why? I said, my stand-up's clean. They're like, yeah, but you're the stoner guy.
Oh, God, that's it.
So
One person.
So yeah, so after that, he just abandoned all that kind of shit. It's a heli crash somewhere, wasn't it?
Was that a heli or was it another TM bomb going off?
Kind of sounded like, oh, there's a flare in the center. I just, oh, get out. That red,
which direction are we going?
Shoot red? Just direction that we came in from. We just need to get out of this southern strip right now. Because, were any of you popping off a red flashlight or anything?
No?
Yeah, we need... Too late.
I think we're okay.
You go left. Remember, because we came in from the backside of here.
Dougal, I don't have my mask.
I think we're okay here.
Yeah, we're good over here.
Okay.
Well, I don't think we have to panic leave.
I remember being able to at least hear the flare, but like those last two, I could only just see them.
I mean, we're pretty much done here anyway.
I think so, yeah.
And who joined? Who's
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, it's not Finley.
Oh my god. Since we're so inundated, should we drop off at camp and then go try hunting for new people to say hello?
We could. We can toss all of our NPC gear back in the tent.
In the barrel and yeah. And Lance, are you joining us?
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
I thought you said the car was fine.
Yeah, it is. I don't know where I am. I'm trying to find the road back to. I'm trying to find the direction back to the main road in Zitna.
Going back to talking about Jim Brewer real quick, the other thing that he pretty much let slip. What I mean, it's not like a big deal because it's one of those things that's kind of just funny. So the entire time that he was like the pothead comedian, he's like, "Yeah, I never did pot."
Really?
No. He's like, I wrote all these songs and shit about getting high and stuff that everyone loved, but I never did pot.
That's like
Yeah, he said he
really
tried it after
impressive.
he stopped doing the whole stoner bit, but during that entire bit, like, no, he never did it. That's why.
That's kind of funny. I feel like that almost
makes
adds
like,
to
more
it.
Impressive.
Yeah.
He basically talked about like he would watch like all the Cheech and Chong movies and all that kind of stuff to get inspiration. Like he would wear like the Grateful Dead T-shirt. He's like, I never even listened to one Grateful Dead song. Like, but I was supposed to be like the super fan because that was the stereotype of the hippie was in.
So I mean, he did a really good job at though at like being a stereotypical stoner.
Yeah, for that time period.
I know. I went to school with some people that like you could have sworn that they were stoners, but never smoked.
Oh, the whole like Caucasian reggae style.
A little bit like
My favorite lake back there.
because like there was one kid we swore was high all the time, and no, he was just tired.
So I know the answer to this for like Banaynay, but like I've never done drugs.
How dare you?
Whoa, really?
No, I'm not counting prescription drugs. Obviously, I'm just saying like I've never done drugs.
I think you're also not
okay.
you're not much of a drinker either, right?
Like a social drinker.
Is it like, is it something that you'd want to try eventually, or is it just like, for
Oh, no.
you, it's not?
I think I told you this a little bit, but you know, when you have an older brother that went from being a pothead to a meth head and all this other shit, you just don't want to do drugs.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. I can
Because
understand.
you watch them change, like, the personality and shit. Like, I know pot doesn't do that, but like, yeah, like, I don't know, I'm good.
Yeah. No, that's understandable.
What happens, I think, usually though, is like there are some people who go from pot into harder things because like they're still chasing basically a more of a high, and it's like
A gateway.
they kind of and because usually the people who they're already dealing with already have other drugs.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think it has more to do with the people he's hanging out with. It's like he's already hanging out with people that do pot, but
the dealers are probably
if he's,
also
like, yeah,
dealing
the dealer-
in meth and other shit.
exactly.
Versus
Dougal, do we not have headbulbs, headlights?
Oh, we don't need it.
Oh, you've got MVGs on. Okay.
I'm lighting up his path for him.
I just noticed he was staying within your light, and I was like, this is risky.
See, this is where I throw out too, like, I've never been drunk either.
What?
That's right.
Like, never. Never past the point of, like, buzz?
Yeah, well, no, I've been buzzed. I've never been drunk. So,
That's right. Like, because you don't want to...
Look, my mind is sharp. I don't want to lose my mental faculties.
Totally went the wrong way.
I've definitely been drunk.
Oh yeah, I can say, yeah, I have, like, full-on blackout.
Yeah, let me guess, white girl drunk, right?
It was my 21st birthday. The drink of choice was gin and juice, and it was a marathon of Stargate.
It's a weird way to celebrate your birthday, but alright.
What I wanted to do.
See, I could drink before I hit 21 if I wanted to, so I never had.
This wasn't a big deal, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I didn't. Okay, I think I was 22, 23 when I had my first drink.
Wow.
And like I've told Banaynay this before, like I always get bottles of alcohol and shit for Christmas and stuff, and I'm like, maybe they'll think I'm an alcoholic. Like I drink it, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm weird.
No, it's not weird. Like, I don't drink.
I don't drink like that by myself. It's kind of why I started getting into wine.
Wine tastes too much. This is gonna sound dumb. Like alcohol.
I hear different things about different types. Like, my sister swears white tastes like hairspray, and some hard, like, darker reds. But she bastardizes her wine. Like, she'll mix a sangria with a white and then put ice cubes in it.
I don't know what to tell you. That's weird.
There is.
She says it makes it, because sangrias are too sweet, so the white makes it less sweet, and then the ice cubes just make it nice and cold.
And this is why I like my rums. Nice and simple.
Spice rums.
Yeah, rum is solid.
Rum and Coke.
Yep.
Good drink.
Can't go wrong with it.
Don't you also like cider with Fireball?
I do.
Ugh.
I also like sweet drinks. Also, Midori sours are good.
How do you feel about screwdrivers?
What's the screwdriver again?
Yeah, what is that?
Orange juice and vodka.
Nah.
Oh my god.
I'm not a fan either. I drink straight vodka.
Oh my god.
Okay, I don't know if I'm doing straight vodka.
Preferably, if I'm gonna drink it, I'm just I'm gonna take a shot.
Like my starter drink. When
I
first
like the
started
burn.
drinking at like a 17 or whatever.
Okay, if we're going by shots and whatnot, I know the name of this one sounds kind of horrible. Have you guys tried a red-headed slut?
Oh.
What is that?
It's kind of sweet. Only comes in like a shot form, and the ones I used to get would come in like test tubes. Like that was how they would make them.
So but what is it made out of?
You have to look it up.
Okay, now I'm curious.
It
it's
is
like that time I asked you, like, chat was asking you, what does a drink taste like? And you described its color.
You
Taste
can't
purple.
taste colors?
that makes me sound like a stoner. I want to explain this item to you by color.
It was a Midori sour. That was it. We were like, what
It's a
is
green
that?
drink.
And you were like, you said, well, it's green and it's like sour.
In fairness, there's only one color you can really say tastes, which is orange.
Purple.
You're gonna automatically grape.
Okay,
In my head, it would be.
that is absolutely a sorority girl drink. It's 1 ounce Jägermeister, 1 ounce peach schnapps, and then 2 ounces cranberry juice.
Actually, you remember now that I'm thinking about it, remember that conversation we had about Little Nicky's brothers?
Mhm.
Yeah.
You are the brother that would be wearing the fur and all that with the spiky blonde hair, because he was drinking schnapps.
Peach schnapps, yeah.
Listen, I just like the drinks that taste good, right?
I'm somehow in Dubnica.
What? You are in Finley's old stomping grounds.
Yeah,
Just
12.
take the...
Past an old man Kurtz and Tusks.
I mean, you could
Oh,
just
wow.
take straight north.
You're over there. You're pretty close to like overgrown.
Or unless you want to cut across to Tuss, and then
I mean, where are y'all?
we're at home base.
Oh, yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, we just got back
I'm
to.
gonna get to Prusy and go north, and I'll see you there.
That would be the easiest route.
I'm gonna die.
No, you'll be fine.
Do you need food or something?
No, someone's gonna shoot me.
No.
Oh, you're
no.
fine.
We've been driving around. No, nobody. You'll be fine. Oh my God! Wait, I take it. You will get shot at. Right? You go opposite. To not jinx.
So what happens if he does get shot at now?
Then we get to say, haha, told you so?
Wow.
Wow.
Oh.
All right.
I get it, group uniform.
Uh-huh.
Oh, but fitting, all right.
Yeah, looks great.
Hey, all right. God damn it, Mom.
I'm gonna
Oh,
make you look like me.
I like subconsciously know the way. Holy shit.
Are you getting her to dress in the same
I
gear?
give her the red beret.
You should see her now. Like, it's just like a mini Marbles. She keeps accepting it because it's like, oh, is this a group uniform? All right.
This is just normal. Just go with it.
And I put on the purple pants to like irritate you, and it didn't work.
Well, if I find a pure black capris, I'll bring them to you.
Like the all black ones.
Yeah.
Well, you got the like checkered gray ones. But...
Those ones aren't as good.
No. I found a black pair and just gave it to Marbles. And
So-
it's like, do you want my old pants?
So the ingredients you read off sounded more like for like a redheaded slut drink versus the shot.
It says how to make a redheaded slut shot.
Oh, you know what? It probably makes a couple shots.
And it was Jägermeister, peach snaps, and cranberry juice.
They're really good.
Oh, could you be thinking there's apparently a dirty blood redheaded slut recipe.
What is that one?
Ew, a lot of gross things. Okay, Jägermeister herbal liquor,
The heck is herbal liquor?
Kahlua coffee liquor,
No,
liqueur,
no, that is what I've.
peach schnapps, cranberry juice, and tomato juice.
That is definitely not the one I had.
That does not sound good.
No,
What is herbal liqueur?
isn't all alcohol
Doesn't
technically herbal?
matter.
Have you ever had a Tom Collins?
I told you for my 21st I had gin and juice.
If you're mixing Kahlua and tomato juice, it doesn't matter what else is in it.
I went Duke on that one. Then again, I'm probably not a big fan of anything made with tomato juice.
Like tomato juice. Oh no,
Disgusting.
it's really good with like a ton of celery juice in there.
But the original recipe you read off, it's a really sweet shot, which is usually like the worst kind because you feel like you kind of want more of them, which is bad.
No, I've never had like a sweet drink and I was like, more please.
But that one's a good one though. I used to also go to like friends' house and they would have like those they're in the bottle, but they're like a fruity drink too. But there's not really a whole lot of like alcohol content to them.
You're describing like the widest variety of things right now.
I forget the like one of them, like the brand is like
and it's fruity.
because you get it from like a supermarket. Like one of them's like Tropical Breeze. Like another one's like some pineapple thing. No, this predates White Claw.
Hard cider, hard lemonade.
No, I mean I've had the hard ciders and hard lemonades, also the hard teas, like the twisted tea. So I never understood why people were like, "This tastes like iced tea." I'm like, no, it tastes like iced tea and liquor. Like someone just mixed it with beer.
Whenever someone is like, it just tastes like, you know, juice and it's an alcoholic drink, I always taste the alcohol in there. Somebody's lights are on. Did you guys leave the Gunther in neutral?
Lights should be off, but the
No, it's not in neutral.
Is it the tail lights?
that's just the taillights on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that just does that.
Thank you, Brownie. Brownie helped me out. Seagrams.
Alright, I'm where we'll crash the Ada.
Okay, the lights were on.
That was the internet crashing.
Right.
The Ada.
Okay, we also have the rifle, the special rifle stuff in the back of the Gunter if we want to hand it off to Rodriguez. So the drink I was talking about, it's got the brand is Seagrams.
Seagrams.
And you can like
Not familiar.
even like around here, like even like supermarkets just sell them. They're really fruity. Some of them are actually really good. And they don't have that like alcohol taste to them.
Oh, I recognize the box. I see that in Walmart.
Listen, I'm all about getting like the whole like white girl wasted.
But you have to have like a 6-pack to get wasted.
Not me.
No? Are you lightweight?
Yeah.
Same.
Well, at least it's cheaper when you're a lightweight because then you don't have to, you don't have to get as much.
That is true.
I mean, I hardly ever drink and I'm really skinny, so.
I'm trying to remember last time I had a drink.
So this definitely feels like one of those things where, you know, like weight comes into play.
Height,
Like the whole, like, you know,
both.
height and, but yeah, height and weight. Cause like, I'm like 270, 280 and close to 6 foot.
Height would all play into it, not just weight.
Yeah, because it's about how large you are. I think Andre is a giant. And do you know how much he put away?
Oh, a ton. What did he say?
80, 90 plus beers.
Yeah, dang.
Well, it's not him. It's like everyone that was there for that. Or like he clearly drank the most that any man has ever drank in one sitting.
Did he break any world records?
You drink like once a year? I don't drink often.
Technically, I mean, yes, if you go by all the stories, but that's not like he was going for one.
No,
And Guinness doesn't have a way to really like validate it. I think it's just assumed because you'd have to be someone of his size. But there's pictures of him from that night where he was just drinking.
Corvus.
Yeah.
I mean, when you see like a regular
hold
beer
up.
can in his hands and it looks tiny, you're like, oh god.
Don't know why you like these, but there's
Oh,
your
hey.
sugar.
Appreciate it. You know, it keeps me going.
Like, you know, just send into the group or whatnot. Oh, hello.
Okay. One of these areas has a hatchet.
I love the Rodriguez is our bag of holding. Like one of these days you're gonna be logged into him and a freshie's gonna get a lucky shot and it's gonna be like the biggest jackpot ever.
He is kind of our loot pinata. I mean, at some point, depending on, you know, what he still has on him, could almost run Rodriguez like down to find like a freshie. Oh, that scared the crap out of me for a minute.
The car.
Yep. Start going down the road and I see this car coming down. I'm like, what? Who's that? We've been found.
It's a friend.
Who's Rodriguez? That's Big Toogle's alt. As he calls him his twin. And he's kind of holding on to the that singularity cannon. He's holding on to two of them right now.
Lance. Are you like finding a parking spot? Oh wait, this means there's 18 cars.
Yep.
So we just need 2 more.
Yeah, we might have to literally start parking cars outside.
There's how many cars?
We have 18. Soft goal of 20.
I guess technically 13 cars and 5 trucks.
Okay, vehicles.
Oh, glow stick. Nice. Oh. Oops. I didn't realize that that they had already like stacked up on that. All I wanted this for was the dry off too.
Lance, Hunter, Thomas. I'm just enjoying the sunrise.
Nice.
I mean, if you want, you can be enjoying the moon.
It's not the right time of day. Unless, you know, it's winter and sometimes you can see the moon. See it up here.
I see one. Let me zoom on into that with the scope.
Hear his mouse wheel. I wonder if we're the only ones on the server right now.
Where I logged on, I saw the pop of 7.
Oh, okay, so there are people we could find.
Yeah, there's 2.
Yeah.
They're out there.
And it's pretty easy to hunt people down on Banov.
Okay, I think that's the only thing that's
were the
damn.
axes in the back shed or where are they being kept?
For what?
Like firewood.
The barrel in here is like full of it.
Oh, did we? Oh, you guys were busy.
Somebody did. I even had extras. I'd start up a fire to dry off.
Yeah, I filled it up.
Well, thank you.
Because I had the same idea. I grabbed the hatchet and I came in here. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna see if the truck is in the barrel, and it's full.
Pardon me. No, my mushrooms are rotting. When we're traveling, one of you has to crash to where we all have to wait around for mushrooms to spawn.
That should be easy enough. Room to put that. I really
I didn't think it had
Don't
been
need-
that long, though. That's weird.
2 extra spark plugs. Might be a little overkill.
Or I'll put a raw one in that tent, so that one probably spoiled.
That's not.
You can saw off the FAMAS?
Yeah, you get rid of the
Yes.
the rail guard thing on top.
That's pretty cool.
I recommend doing it.
What does it do for it?
Go look at the one in the tent. And then compare it to the one that's not sawed off in the tent.
I have 4 bandages. Why do I have 4
As soon
bandages?
as done drying clothes.
Taking this 6 times off the FAL, sorry.
There's another one in the accessory tent.
Oh, the Baraka site
Okay.
on top is so good.
Also don't need those. Those can stick to this.
I don't know why I'm bothering to dry off. Like, just ban off. You're damp. That's it. You're always damp.
And I had something down here and I don't remember what it was. at all. I don't throw my knife there. That's what I get for, you know, having to swap out an NPC gear.
This is nuts.
That is a huge looking mushroom. Like, look at the size of that thing. All right. Do we want to make a trip down to the city?
Yes. Find people.
Do we have a saw, actually, though?
That's a good question.
Are we moving these barrels over, or are we leaving them by the tree?
I mean, we can,
Oh, we can move
over
it.
in a minute.
I just took it out the car and set it down.
Yeah, I had the one that was in mine, too.
All right, we have 3 extra barrels.
For reasons.
I kind of want to hide a barrel and put all the explosive shit in it, because if someone comes over here, they could just, you know, explosive round down everything.
It's a good idea.
Well, we did start hiding in the landmines, right? A
We got rid of
minimum?
all them.
Okay.
I opened the Ada trunk and it fucking crashed.
Yeah, I know, I heard the noise, I was confused.
What the fuck?
Was it the Ada that's next to the our Gunter? With the blue hood?
Yeah.
Yep. No, I had that happen earlier too. It sounds like it crashes every time you open up the hood, or like at least once.
So is it starting? Are we starting to like break things with this many cars in one area?
Oh, there's another barrel and a tent in this Sarco. What the fuck?
Policeman?
Really?
Policeman
Oh my
issues?
God.
Which Sark, where?
The green one by the trucks.
No.
God damn it. Freaking loot goblins. Jesus. Oh wait, that's the... I think...
Really don't have a saw? What the fuck?
Did you check the barrels?
Yeah.
I guess we,
Alright, so that'll be our reason to go down the south, is to find Lance's saw.
I mean,
We have so many tents that your character can rotate where they'd like to sleep.
if we run into somebody, we'll definitely be probably more than willing to be like, hey, do you want one of these?
No, because you'd have to bring them up here.
Yeah.
Oh no, we'll totally bring it to them.
Like we drive back up here?
They do a trade. Unless we get somebody on the radio.
Oh, and just have you talk, and then we all roll in or surround them.
Just to give them an item.
Yeah. The aggressive trade where we hold them up and then load their pockets with stuff. Our cars back here are parked so closely together you don't need to jump to run across them. You can just run.
They just need to be far enough apart for restarts.
I don't know what that measurement is.
At the moment, I'm going by like door length.
While we're out, if we see cows or something, we may want to shoot them to re-up our meat supply.
Well, why are you shooting them? Just because I shot one, now you gotta shoot a bunch?
That goes so far.
When you shoot deer, cow takes up too much space.
Cow takes up a lot of space.
That's a good question. Has anybody really heard deer? I mean, we're in a car a lot, so.
Yeah, I heard one on our way. There's a spawn
I wonder if you can
towards
climb in
the
that way.
first millie that we hit. So the west, there should be 2 deer spawn there, and I did
That you
hear
can't.
deer and a bear.
But I wonder if you can climb those. 'Cause if you can, that's one way of actually kind
What about that medium tent? Was it put up?
of getting here.
I put it up, yeah. Does anyone need an extra
Well.
battery?
My lights look like they're still on, even though they're not. They still look like they're on. Are they off now? Nope.
Yes.
That 4-pin just spawned there?
I threw that. It's in the tower.
All right, I'm ready to go.
I'm good.
So south, look for people. Feebly look for nails we know don't exist.
You don't know they don't exist.
Okay, so
It could just be really rare.
Unless he put out a statement saying he turned them off. Well, then again, he probably wouldn't
You think
bother if
he
he did.
If no, here's the
But
thing:
no.
is if he did, it probably would have been said like on stream.
okay, so still a chance then. So we hit up the Capitol and just loot the crap out of it.
Like he hasn't even playing over here, so I don't even know why he would be like, "Oh shit, the deals are off." Like, why would he care?
I thought it was raining for a second.
Yeah, I just think I would have seen some by now.
We didn't go through any extra parts yet, right? Like all the spares should still.
We didn't crash, so and we didn't grab any extra vehicles, so.
Okay, we taken 2 or. Oh wait, we'd have to take 3 cars.
It's just
Yeah.
someone getting a 3 on one, 2 on the other. Less cars driving is actually better because then if we find a car, then we can get it and drive it.
That is true.
Don't put that evil on us.
Well, I could
Well, we-
drive it. I just can't promise it'll make it.
We go to the capital, we'll probably find a car.
I'm envisioning a maroon Olga.
Are you envisioning me putting bullets in it?
Yes.
White Ada.
A white Ada. Okay, so we got to gamble for white Ada, maroon Olga.
I mean, the white Ada would probably be nice though, because we don't have one yet.
Or is that the goal? We want one of everything with every color.
Every color.
Well, we have at least one red, one white Olga. We have a black and red Gunter.
Technically, but we've been converting all the Gunthers to red. Like almost all of them are red and black.
We don't have a blue one, do we?
I have a.
I don't think we do.
We don't have a
We
blue one. I
don't.
just have the blue trunk, so people know that this is the broken Gunter.
Okay, so we keep an eye out for blue and white Gunthars.
Don't have a yellow Sarka either.
I don't think I've seen a yellow.
We should kill that yellow Sarka.
Do we know where?
Yeah, where Marbles killed me day 1.
Oh yeah, if we find a vehicle that literally has no tires, we should just destroy it.
Agreed.
We drove by it earlier. We're gonna drive by it again.
Put it out of its misery.
Like a lame horse. Oh, that's so sad.
That's just nature, you know.
It's not nature. How is it a bullet nature?
So you'd rather it sit and suffer alone?
No, I'd rather it get taken care of at a specialty veterinary clinic that specializes in equine care. Thank you.
I don't know. You know how bad a broken leg on a horse is. Come on.
I know, but you know, with
Leave it for the coyotes.
medical science, you know.
Well, if everything is made out of atoms, isn't everything natural?
Okay. So a statement like that leads to then like, oh, does that mean fucking a horse is natural too? You into that?
Oh, that escalated.
Jump, yeah.
I know, I'm just saying, but no, if you go down that route of like, well, we're only made out of atoms, it's all natural, right? Well, then you can take it to an extreme.
Okay, you can also do this with the multiverse. Like people who like the idea of their.
Band?
Okay, it's an extreme, but if there is a multiverse and there is a infinite amount of versions of you, that probably means that some of you have been into some things.
Impossible.
Look, I just remember the last time we had this conversation, and you were like, I think you brought up like the female version thing, and I'm like, it can't be because we wouldn't have the same DNA. That wouldn't make sense. The whole chromosome. So
Okay, you
like,
wouldn't
there
have
can't be
that.
a female version or like swap.
But there would definitely be some messed up versions of yourself who
Well,
So
there's
other
nothing
worlds,
truly
alternate reality.
there's nothing truly factual about the multiverse, even as a theory, you know what I mean? So, now other than the fact that, like, we can probably tell that they exist, but not how it works.
So you're saying there is a chance out there somewhere there's a wool who's peeing standing up.
I mean, based on
Is that what you
how
want? Like,
how
I'm just
the-
saying there's... He did it.
based, based on how they use multiverse in fiction, that's kind of the blurred
I'm not
line
gonna lie, I almost did that too.
What
of
happened?
reality. Is it dead?
That's a sharp
Hey.
turn.
Are we alright?
Well, the car's not dead, but the internals are.
Are
And
you
a
alright?
tire.
You fine?
Sorry, everything's in the car.
Do we have 2 tires? 2 tires are ruined.
Oh, the city's gassed here, by the way.
I only had the one.
You know, I could have sworn I just handed you a soda pop, not no alcohol.
Just drive on the rim, you'll be fine.
Yeah, drink the soda pop.
Oh, so you're just a bit hyper.
I don't know how the frame lasted. It's all that P talk got to me.
So, or it was right after the image, like a male wool is out there.
No, it was not. It was a female wool. Just you know, peeing, standing up.
I was just gonna say there is a device that will let you stand peeing up.
There is. It's really great for camping.
But I didn't realize that was your goal in life, was to pee standing up.
Yeah, it just seems very convenient. But honestly, like the thought of that stuff just out and about, like that terrifies me because, like, what if it gets caught on something, or like it just seems more vulnerable. You know, it's out there.
The biggest thing about peeing standing up is the urinal. What do you call it? The urinal conundrum.
Where do you stand?
The protocol.
You just pee. I mean,
Nope.
No, there's a men's protocol for this.
Mhm.
It's like an unspoken thing that we all somehow know.
oh, is it like the one apart?
Yeah.
Or if there's possible 2 distance apart? Should we check these?
Alright, so here you go. Here's the question. All right, there's 3 urinals. One guy's on each side. The middle one's empty. Do you go up to the empty one, or do you wait for one of the other guys to finish? Like, that's part of the conundrum question.
Lance, I got a saw.
I mean, if that's the thing, I'm just peeing in the middle. I'm not waiting.
Yeah, you don't wait.
If there's only three urinals, no, I'm going in the middle.
I know, but that's still part of that kind of question.
It is. It is the conundrum part, yeah.
It is the
Wait, why-
conundrum, but I still feel it's a total Chad move to just piss in the middle urinal there in that situation.
You just go to the
I
middle.
don't give a fuck.
The one that I always find awkward is not like the standing urinals on the wall. It's the one trough one.
With ice in it.
Oh,
That one's so fucking weird.
I don't need. Yeah.
What's the point
That
of
one-
ice,
that-
by the way?
I don't give a fuck about, because you're all walking out of there with your shoes covered in splashed piss, and it's not
Sure.
just your piss, so.
Should we take an ADA wheel, since that's our... Or wait, no. What's the goal?
Every hole.
I was looking for a Gunther wheel on this wreck, but there wasn't one.
Every wheel? So I should grab it.
I don't. Maybe.
Try to
Yes.
fit it?
No. Yes. Maybe.
Marbles, did you change your pants?
Maybe.
God damn.
He found me a hood.
We're matching better this way.
Oh, I think we're... Yeah, I just need to get different... We have
You
different
need,
shoes.
Your gloves are different than mine.
But I've never liked the trough one.
I don't know if I've been to a place that has one.
Aren't there some more at, like, nightclubs?
Baseball stadiums?
Yeah, they're like sports stadiums have them, but it's like. It is the whole idea of, like, you know, if this is a bunch of guys in there, you just gotta whip it out in front of them.
But, like, ice? Like, God, it must stink so much of just straight pee. Why ice?
It melts.
I think the ice is just to minimize the splash.
Probably that too.
If anything, it makes the splash worse.
Or you get those little, like, smelly hockey puck things that they throw in them.
Maybe it doesn't smell as much because piss is hot. So if there's
Are you
ice,
supposed-
it's cooling.
Are you
right?
supposed to pee on the hockey puck?
No. It's meant to filter through.
So it's like put above
But
the drain?
but listen, if you do pee on the hockey puck, nobody's really gonna be like, "Why are you peeing on the hockey puck?"
Like, is it a taboo to pee on the hockey puck?
No, I don't think so.
No.
So why wouldn't you want to? Like just something to aim at?
Flashback. Like 50% of people who piss in a urinal walk away with their shirt and pants covered in piss. That's just not, they just can't see it. Because they don't know how to pee properly in a urinal.
Ew.
You
Okay.
just don't just let that shit fly. You gotta hit the angle and let that shit coast, you know?
We
No,
also could
I
bring up
don't.
the whole idea of like, you know, you go pee and then once you zip up and then just a little bit drips out.
Yeah, there's no avoiding that.
So I did look it up. It says that ice actually does cut down on the odor.
I knew it.
Okay, it's just as good as a urinal cake, it says.
That's crazy. How though? Like I didn't know ice was a oxidizer like that.
Okay, so according to the ice, the cold temperature of it will crystallize the urine as it freezes, thus stopping the smell. It's simple science. The colder is something, the less odor it gives off. This is also why on a hot day, the trash bags you leave outside will be really bad. So there you go. It freezes it and stops the smell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Science.
You could also argue like you can make ice in your ice maker. You have to buy urinal cake, so one's kind of free.
Who has a urinal in their house?
No, you've mostly seen these in bars and restaurants and shit, right? That's what I'm talking about. They would have giant ice makers,
Yeah.
so they would. It's easier that than buying urinal.
It would be, yeah, because you would just take the ice out of the ice maker, just dump it in.
Yeah, I guess it's more a matter of convenience because I imagine you'd have to replace the ice pretty often. Because on top of just the room temperature melting it, you've got human temperature pee on it.
I do I'm looking at the pros and cons. And it's cons. It causes more splash.
Yeah, see, I told you.
Causes little sprinkles of urine to go all over the place, your pants and the floor.
Ew! Pee flex.
Moreover, most of the odor from urinals doesn't actually come from the drain, but the sides of the urinal and the floor, where there was the splash. So in a way, it minimizes and it causes the same issue.
Yeah, like the urinals at my store, you can see where people stand at the urinal because of the splash and shit from people's shoes, as well as the urinal around the, it's like a McDonald's sign of filth.
Can't unhear.
Yeah, it's also, it is mentioning what Wolf said, you do constantly have to refresh the ice.
It did.
Should probably just hold up here until restart.
Oh, I thought that's what we were doing. So I started looting.
I just wanted to kill the Sarka here.
I mean, so we could also go into the whole peeing, but split stream.
We forgot a protector case.
I don't know if Will knows about the split streams.
Are we gonna talk? Okay, no. If we want to talk about that, then one of the movies we have to watch is Me, Myself, and Irene.
I love that movie. What? So that happens.
Okay, so you've seen the movie, right?
I barely remember it.
Do you
but yeah.
remember there's a morning after they do it where he wakes up and he's just peeing all over the bathroom?
Yeah, that was weird.
And then he was like, why is it like I was up all night having sex? Yeah, that happens.
Oh. I
Food.
mm, mm,
Do you want more detail on how it happens?
I do like knowing the why behind the what, but I feel like was blood always splattered in a house like this? Oh, somebody's light is on. Okay. I'll investigate later.
I mean, you kind of have an assumption why how it splits, right?
More 9mm. So I'm not using 9mm.
Sure.
I find more 45.
Look, sometimes the pipes get a little clogged.
More 9mm. Wow, that's a lot of 9mm in here.
I'm just trying to picture in my head, like, you know, 6th grade anatomy. Yep. I did not realize that was a thing that occurred in gentleman folk.
I mean, you also have to learn how to aim. That's a thing.
Yeah, well, the whole like, oh, learn how to aim thing, it's not really from this thing. It's more of like, oh no, you woke up with the split.
Well, no, I mean in general.
That's me. I shot.
Because you think the stream's going one way, and then it's like, no, I'm going 2 different ways.
Oh, we don't get kicked out at restart. There's a minute. Oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm safe.
But it's also kind of like the daddy daycare thing, where that one kid just like pees all over the bathroom. You know.
Okay, with kids, that's different.
Well, I just mean like we're not born with like perfect aim.
Yeah, some of us are small and shriveled and to the left, okay?
And you have to learn your peeing style.
Well, I would make an analogy, but it doesn't work for me because I've never seen snow. But I was because like sometimes you have to learn how to write your name in the snow, right?
Exactly. Can you like
the first time?
like sometimes, you know, it's a little messy. Some people can probably do like a cursive.
And some people learn the hard way not to eat the yellow snow.
There's also that too, yeah.
If you
Bulls
did
just over there regretting all her decisions hanging out with us.
If you did actually accidentally eat the yellow snow, would you want it to be someone's pee or like dog pee?
Why would that be better?
That's why I'm asking. What do
Well,
you
it's
think?
like one of those messed up questions where it's an either or, but either way is still horrible.
Is this okay? This is like that. Would you have sex with your father to save your mother? Like that South Park question. Did you guys see that episode?
I never saw the
It's
episode,
just like that.
but I know they know the analogy.
Yeah, because South Park did a whole episode where they're like in the bar talking about this. And it was like, I don't remember like how they agreed on it, but like they would fuck their father to save their mother, but they wouldn't fuck their mother to save their father type of thing. It was something like that.
Well, there's like the would you rather like have to watch your parents have sex every day, or have sex with your parents one day and have it be over?
Is it to completion?
Look, you could pick one and gouge your eyes out, because then you're not watching anything.
I'm pretty sure like even the sounds of that aren't gonna be good.
Yeah, but after your eyes are gouged out, you just use your fingers to plug your ear holes.
Wait. So you kind of want to go like probably like deaf, blind, possibly even mute?
So like Helen Keller it?
Well, no, I'm saying like you could cover your ears with your hands. You don't have to make yourself go deaf.
But you mentally, I mean, you still know.
Okay, one is just observing horrible
You would have to
behavior,
watch
the
them
other is
every single day for the rest of your life.
Yeah, but one is like actively engaging in incest, so that's a no-brainer.
Also, your parents are dicks if they know that you are forced to watch and decide to do it every day.
I would almost like kind of clap for the parents, like, wow, you guys are still doing it 365 days a year, like, damn.
that's how this question's unrealistic because no marriage exists that way. That way.
And I was away getting just chocolate oat milk, but I also wanted to ask, like, the dog pee versus... Oh, a hoe! We need a hoe, yeah?
There's 2 at the base.
Oh.
Dog pee versus a hoe?
No. Would you rather eat snow that was peed on by a person or a dog? And I started thinking, like, well, dogs' mouths are way cleaner than people's. So I wonder if, like, the urine is also...
I don't think that's true.
So, urine's supposed to be sterile anyway, so you're
I know, but
probably okay either way.
Would the dog pee be then better? Because, you know, it's... Because humans are just naturally gross, like...
Really? Have you never seen a dog eat their own shit or cat shit? And you're
Oh, I have.
you'd rather drink sticker?
I have, like...
Yeah,
I don't
like
know.
cats and dogs lick whatever filth that is on them off of them as a way to get clean. Like,
I'm serious. They're hygienically, their mouths are... Does anyone want white sneakers? Or green ones?
Oh, I didn't realize how
There's 2
full I
pairs
was.
of greens. Oh, God.
and that's how you know you asked a good question because no one gave an answer.
I think the dog or animal would be worse.
I think cat pee would be worse than dog pee.
Okay, well, yes, if we're going to like tiers of like animals,
And like rabbit pee would be worse.
considering cat pee actually, if you're around it too long, fucks with your mind.
It do.
I love cheesing.
And you don't want to be around, obviously, any sort of rodent pee.
I hear Helly.
Heard it too.
Sounds like the airfield.
West, yeah, airfield.
Yeah, probably. I was looking at it, that's the direction.
I thought it'd be closer.
It was close. I mean, the airfield's right there.
Speaking of pee, I'll be right back.
Ah, darn. Well, they're good.
Aim for the puck.
Already have those doors. You know, it actually would be kind of interesting though to have a house that did have a urinal.
Interesting or gross?
It'd be interesting. You wouldn't have to worry about ever like lifting the toilet seat up because you would just could go in the urinal.
Get in, slut. We're going shopping. I'm sure there are some modern houses out there that have like the urinal
I really don't know why they would.
next to like, yeah, it's like a fancy urinal next to a bidet.
Okay, everybody's house should have a bidet.
I wish I had a bidet.
Agreed.
You can
yeah.
get one for like $30.
Not a good one. I need that Toto.
Oh, you're talking about like the whole system there.
Oh,
yeah.
dang. Like,
You
well,
either you
hard.
go hard
No,
for the
never mind.
bidet or you don't.
Listen, I got one that costs like $40 and I'm happy with it.
And you get that Toto though, the heated seat, hot and cold water, air dry. Yeah.
Nah, see, I got just it's got that cold water one, it just wakes you up.
And you get used to that. You expect that.
That's a big part of it too. You expect the cold.
I think I would want one with, you know, warm water.
I get used to it. Just, you
I
know.
think that'd be really shocking to... It gets really cold out here too, and
What are you guys talking about?
A bidet.
Bidets.
Okay, all I heard was something about cold or warm water, and I was like, what?
Okay, well, if you had a bidet, would you rather have like, would you rather go for like, if, say you didn't have a lot of money, would you rather go for just like a $40 one, or still wait and hold out to get like a $400 one, but it has like warming seats, warm water, a blow dryer?
I think you'd have to wait for the blow dryer, or otherwise you're gonna have to use toilet paper anyway just to dry yourself off.
It's minimal though. You only need a little bit.
Little pat.
Did you need
I
black?
don't know. I've never used a bidet.
That's actually a good point. I mean, the point of a bidet is to eliminate toilet
Yeah,
paper.
toilet paper.
If you
No,
still
it's for
have to use
cleaning.
toilet paper,
It's not about, but it's not about. I mean, yeah, if you can completely eliminate, go for it. But it's also like the idea of, you know, if you can minimize the amount you have to use, that's also just better for like the sewer systems.
I do use a lot of toilet paper at work because it's very shitty.
Oh, that's like one ply.
That one ply paper. Yeah.
No, it's that really shitty 2-ply that might as well be 1-ply.
I'd say hold out for the warm one.
See, I have like a
But the
$4
extra
like
stuff.
I have like a $4 one. It is cold water. It's fine.
I'm down with getting. It's in the works soon of just like a cheap one and then saving up for a good one.
This town has a lot of 9mm.
At a VSD and a FAMAS here.
Like so much 9mm in this town.
That SVD is nice.
So where you guys at?
Moss is nice too.
Nowhere.
Did you say something about SVD?
Yeah, we found another one at the heli.
Oh, the gun or the mag?
The gun.
Oh, I need a mag, or a second mag would be nice. Were you still looking for black capris? Like the all black one?
Yeah, did you find some?
I did.
Nice.
God damn it.
I just got they just need a sewing kit.
God damn it. Oh, we are up at the airport, Millie. We're checking out the medical because the gas is gone.
Oh, I thought we were still like, I'm still like looting town.
No, that's good. Like, we're being efficient. There's a chance you'll find a leather kit.
I'd be more interested in finding a tire right now.
You like your sweet kicks?
I don't know whose comment that was towards.
It was you, because you're prioritizing a wheel when you need to prioritize all the things.
See, after you said kicks, all I could think is, you know, all the other kids with the pumped. No? Just me?
Oh, I don't know that one.
I know it, but I don't fully
You
remember
don't
it.
know that song that's about a school shooting?
Aren't there? There's lots.
You've never heard that song where it's like, all the other kids with the pumped up kicks, better run,
Oh,
faster than
yeah.
I. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. Yep.
Okay, that's. I remember
A lot
part
of-
of that, but not that.
A lot of those songs became no bueno and did not play on the radio where I'm from after a certain event.
What certain event?
Columbine?
Yeah, that song came after Columbine and was inspired by Columbine and was in stuff like American Horror Story and shit. Awesome movies.
I liked, I didn't know you watched American Horror Story.
I did like that first season, and then it got dumb.
Are you kidding? The Coven is like the best
That was
one.
terrible.
Oh, it's so good. The first episode is called Witch Bitch.
I watched several seasons of that. It just kept getting dumber to me.
Nah, I liked Coven and Hotel because H.H. Holmes, he was one of my favorite serial killers. Not like they're awesome. I just meant like.
Okay, the hotel one was alright. I'll say that.
And
The
killed it.
Insane Asylum one I thought was dumb. The Circus one I thought was dumb.
Circus, yeah.
Though it does make me want to ask that question. Would you let a man with a deformed hand do what he was doing?
Why are you asking me?
You're probably like, yeah. He had a long finger.
It's my strong hand.
It was a strong hand.
I fucking love that line, man.
Me too.
Did you guys hear they're making a new scary movie?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah,
It's
Comedy
supposedly the Wayans brothers are back.
Ooh, interesting.
Considering they got fucked out of their own franchise by that studio.
It's gonna be such a fun watch.
Yeah, so it might actually be funny again.
Like, I wonder if it'll be better to watch it with. Wait, we don't need scopes like that. Like, we don't need any more like ATOGs, right?
Probably not.
And Marvels, I had a.
Maybe if they're 6X, but not the 4X.
Does anybody need a new black
Dad.
tactical vest?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a few of those laying around here.
Anyone else
That's
need
two
a
of 'em.
new tactical vest, black?
I got a sold vest, so.
I'm rocking press.
Okay. So I'll keep this one for myself then. And one to Dougal.
Yeah, the zombie just damaged mine, so.
Oh, son of a
Yeah,
bitch.
I need a sewing kit.
I got you.
These are things I don't carry anymore because I'm still like low packed out because of Jankov.
I always carry extras of everything I can.
Oh, I have
Okay, I'm back at the car.
I have a pair of mini sights too if someone needs mini sights for their pistol.
Good. The mini sights
Goomba.
mess me up. I don't know why.
I like it.
What's that?
How did I miss you? There's a nice red dot.
I don't know why.
Could use that for tents.
Just prefer the iron.
I was about to say you don't really find things in these houses, but I'm not going to stairs. But of course, this time I did. What is that? No.
But yeah, we should pick a movie night soon.
Oh, I want to grab these.
Do you guys like horror?
I mean, of course, I like horror
Yeah,
movies.
depends on the horror
Not
one.
really.
Never been into it.
I have other
Okay, so
reasons.
I mean, we've got Bullet Train, but it'd be cool to have like backups too. Say we want to do it consistently.
I figured it should be like rotation. Everyone pick a movie, different week, different person.
Oh god. Goes to Banaynay, we're gonna be watching a rom-com.
Hitch.
Yeah.
I have a few choices, but I'd have to gauge what
Okay, drop.
people would want to see it.
Glass unicorn.
What?
I mean, my go-to to show people, especially if they haven't seen it before, is Interstellar 5555.
I have no idea how he hit me through that.
That title sounds familiar.
I can't take that door.
It's a movie to one of my favorite albums of all time.
And it was Interstellar. What?
Interstellar
Stella.
5555.
Yeah, Interstellar is a whole different movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, what? This isn't.
What is that? Spark plug.
Wait. I
Iodine.
watched these.
As music
Yeah.
videos, most likely.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a movie.
Toonami did I watched it on Toonami, and they played like all of them.
Yeah, it's a Toei animated movie. It's pretty cool.
Yes. The ending was so sad.
Okay, how about Resident Evil?
Which
I
one?
recently watched that, rewatched it. Did not hold up.
I'd rather watch Underworld.
No, I disagree.
Oh.
That first movie does hold up.
Underworld's not bad though.
I've never seen Underworld.
Oh, it's so good.
How about Blade? We should watch Blade for Halloween, yes.
Blade.
Let's fucking
Oh,
go.
The
God.
story of Blade holds up. The CGI at the end does not.
Is it really bad?
Ew, it's bad.
What, like all the, you're talking at the end when all like the vampire souls are like flying through Deacon?
No, I'm talking about where Blade sticks him and he starts to blow up like a balloon.
Oh,
Oh
that. Yeah.
yeah.
One of my favorite scenes is when he blows up, or he burns the fat vampire in the pool. And it screams.
See, that one's not so bad. Because that was more like practical effects. That thing at the end was like full CG and it does not hold up.
Those are for you.
Talking about CG that does not hold up. First Tobey
look a bit,
Maguire Spider-Man.
damaged, and mine are pretty.
Yeah, they just need a little bit of work.
Damaged.
I can't think of what scene specifically, but
Is this
The parade when he first encounters
the
Green Goblin.
uniform bit?
oh yeah,
thing?
okay, I can see that.
It's really
I-
bad.
I still think the second Spider-Man movie is probably still my favorite superhero movie.
Oh yeah. Spider-Man 2 is great.
Marvels, he insists, like, got a uniform.
Yes, the shoes and the armband, that's it.
I mean, he keeps handing me stuff, and like, it's group wear. I
Just
figured
say no.
you're right.
So the only thing I can think about the first movie right now is the whole bone saw.
Bonesaw is ready.
And then, like, the last thing I remember hearing about that movie too was The Conjuring. Oh my god, he made a homophobic joke.
I think people had outrage for that back then.
You guys kind of remember the Blade sequels? Like, I don't really remember.
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
Like,
so
2 and 3?
Which do you think is the best?
Well, 3 technically called Trinity
I can't remember, like,
with Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, the second one was with the team. It had Ryan Reynolds and
What was the third one that had Ryan Reynolds?
was it the third? I thought it was second one.
Because that was called Blade Trinity.
I think he was in both.
The second
Yeah, actually,
one.
yeah,
Well, no, the second one had to deal with going to the Elder Then there was the secondary type of vampire that they created who was feeding off vampires and turning them into basically just parasites. They had the
No,
split
you're
jaw.
right. Yeah, it is in the third one because Ryan Reynolds is in there with
Jessica Biel.
the chick from Seventh Heaven. Yeah, I'm thinking of the second. I like the second one because it has the team and it has
Has the vampire team.
I can't think of his fucking name right now. Sons of Anarchy, Hellboy.
Ron Perlman.
Yeah, I like him as an actor, even though he says some really dumb shit online.
But it was a good one. Trinity was a little bit weird because they also brought in the whole like they found Dracula.
I've gone by many names. No, I didn't like that as the enemy.
I didn't mind him as an enemy. I just ow, son of a bitch.
Him as like Dracula as an enemy would work.
I didn't like how
But he
the
wasn't-
people around him were.
And it wasn't just that, like, fucking Triple H is one of his minions with his little yappy dog and all that other stupid shit.
Oh god, I forgot Triple H.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they added a couple too many like silly elements into it.
You mean Blue Blood Paul Levesque? Wow.
But no, the whole, like, I've gone by many names and I'm an ancient Sumerian, blah, 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 blah. It's like, why couldn't you just done Dracula as Dracula's and you could have done another movie with an ancient Sumerian? Why did you have to, like, upscale Dracula?
I kind of like the second Hellboy.
I loved this second Hellboy.
Second Hellboy is fucking fantastic.
It's
the way they did the
so-
elves.
Pretty
Oh
good.
god,
man.
yes. And the alleys, so the monster black market. Oh my god, the animatronics. Oh my god, it's
Okay,
so good.
how does everybody feel though about the newest Hellboy?
I haven't seen it.
I never watched it. I didn't want to because it had nothing to do with Guillermo del Toro because that dude is
Oh,
awesome with
really?
visuals.
Oh,
Yeah, and
he's
they-
so great. Pan's Labyrinth.
I
John
mean,
C. Riley deserved better.
there's the actual like storyline too of the new Hellboy wasn't that great.
Mindless action movies.
Also, no Ron Perlman.
Yeah.
Who's the actor that plays Abe? He's so good at spindly, creepy monster movements.
Yeah, he does a lot of movies as like that type of thing.
Yeah.
Like,
But he did the hand monster from Pan's Labyrinth. I think was he also the one with the It was basically Abe from Hellboy. The lady like falls in love with him, and The Sound of Water or something. What's it called?
Shape of
never
Water.
watched it.
Shape of Water. That's it.
Guillermo
When he
has that
comes
whole,
by here after we leave, they're gonna be confused.
has that whole horror miniseries. I think that's coming out this month on Netflix.
I'm thinking about, my biggest disappointment though with the Underworld series though was them removing Michael from the storyline. Hey, what's up? The boots look like shit.
Yeah, I know.
Is that what you came over here for? Why are you taking your pants off?
I got a leather kit for you.
I mean,
thought
what?
You found more pants.
You just moaning at everybody? I did. They're over by the car. The other car.
The marbles, I got leather kit. Yeah.
But the whole removing
Oh, we're fixing you up
Michaels
some pants right there.
like from the Underworld was such a sad thing.
Look, they fucked him over, but he would have been too overpowered of a character, and plus they were following all of the, oh my god, Celine's so fucking hot, let's just have her running around in the tight suit instead.
Well, it became a story basically though about her and the daughter.
Yes. They also did that really stupid time skip I didn't like. Oh, they were in test tubes for 20 years or whatever it is. Their daughter's grown up.
They did. It was like 12 years like that.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Was that ahead of us or behind us?
I can't help.
I don't know, but drive straight.
Oh, it's ahead, it's ahead.
In front.
We're terrible.
I knew that was gonna happen.
Did you guys see that? Who was driving? Who was driving?
What?
What? Who do you think was driving it in our car?
I got tears. It's just so reckless.
Okay, which direction are we going?
Oh, okay, let me look at
We gotta go around the smoke.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure that's gonna be real easy on 3 wheels.
That's what you get.
Listen, we gotta get out of there quickly, so I was just flipping this thing around.
But since we were talking about the whole like vampires and then Guillermo del Toro thing, did you guys watch his TV show about the vampires? That wasn't that bad.
No.
TV show?
There is a new TV show about the interview with a vampire.
I don't want to watch it because I'm already annoyed. Louis is a black man now.
I saw that. Oh, so it's not like Marco. I thought that'd be like Marco on the cover or something.
Polo.
Paula. Or Marcus. Was it Marcus?
Yeah, you're thinking of Marcus.
Marcus.
The one that turned Lestat. No, the black man is Louis. So it's like, wait, what?
That's fine. Whatever. As long as like they keep to the awful story.
I don't think they are following the book.
Yeah, but say, are they also bringing in like the vampire daughter thing?
I don't know. I don't want to watch it. It does. Because it's already not following the books if you go by the character descriptions. Also, you know that networks and all have actual checklists that make them do the diversity thing now, right? It's not even an optional thing anymore.
Like, I get both sides. Like, I get the argument of, you know, why aren't there just more news stories with that representation? But also I understand the benefit of having that reputation, you know, in even remakes, like just having it more prominent.
I think it's a bullshit argument. It's about seeing yourself on screen. It's representation. Look, if you cannot identify with the character on screen because of the color of their skin, something's wrong with your empathy.
I don't know who would want to identify with Lestat. He was a freaking monster.
Yeah, I don't think we're fitting out this.
Well, Lestat's still a white guy, but Louis is the one that you would want to identify with.
Yeah.
At least for that movie.
I don't know. Like, he still killed people. Like, the point was there were monsters.
I will say to a certain degree, it does make more sense. It's a better argument for Louis to potentially be black because it is New Orleans.
It would.
Yeah, and it doesn't have those, like, connotations of, oh, you were rich white male during what time period in New Orleans?
It's not like Disney where they made black French noblemen and fucking that, what, Belle or what, I don't remember what Disney movie. Beauty and the Beast? It's like, black Creoles in New Orleans, okay, that's justifiable.
Dougal, if you go down just a little, well, can you get out there or no? You can go down like a little bit more and then there's just an opening.
Something about the live action Disneys I cannot get into. Like, I watch.
They're all terrible.
Okay, but it's like live action animes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
it really is, huh? Yeah.
Oh, well, no, I will say Battle Angel Alita or whatever. That was actually a good movie.
Was it an anime
For
first?
real?
It was a good movie.
I don't remember that having an anime though.
That's an anime, Battle Angel.
Battle Angel? Yeah, no, that's...
Yeah, that's...
Well, I mean, the movie
no,
it's,
okay,
is the
here's the
movie
thing that's
itself an
funny,
anime,
right?
or if it was there an anime that they then made a movie on?
It was a manga, anime, television series. There's movies.
I
So
know
the thing
that.
that's funny because Battle Angel basically is Celine. Like they copied her outfit. Like she was the full leather with the trench coat and everything.
Oh my god! It's just as
Yes.
clicking in my head.
The only thing that's different is in Battle Angel, her trench coat is just like a standard like khaki brown. You know, like.
Yeah, like a
But everything else is like the
Khaki brown.
skin tight leather suit thing. Like it's like her hair and everything. She looks like Celine. Or you should say Celine looks like her, because I think they might have just ripped that entire design off of that. I don't know.
Or it may have been a tip of the hat. It is a cool look. Like, it's... Should we check these medical tents or just meh?
Nah.
But I'd say like it's. I was about to say one time watch, but I would recommend watching it more than once. It's not that terrible. Like it's good. I liked it. It got greenlit for a second movie.
Did anyone watch the, what was it? Oh! Death Note.
The live action one?
What-
No.
Was there a
Which
live
one?
action? Like,
Okay, so there's multiple, right? So the Japanese did their version, and then we got the shitty Netflix version where they also race swapped characters.
We talking like real bad, like Airbender bad?
I think it's L.
Airbender.
I think L. They made L a black man. Like it's really weird. Well, for one, it's weird on multiple levels because it's like the movie should be taking place in like Japan. It's like, oh no, this is a Netflix American adaptation.
If they did that, you might as well just make all new characters and make a different storyline with it.
Yeah, make
But-
it do
but no,
Death
they-
Note Falls in America. That'd be cool. Like,
They could have done that, but no, they took all the same character names and then they just race swapped, and like it's all bad. And it looks like they just took the CG from the Japanese movie to do the Shinigami guy. I'm not a big fan of Death Note either. Like I watched it, it was bad.
I enjoyed
can
it.
you imagine, like, if they actually made a movie like A Death Note Falls in America, and it's like... it
Have you
falls-
heard about like it makes the news every once in a while, a teenager getting caught with an actual Death Note where they're writing how they want
Yeah.
these people murdered. Like, well, we had to suspend them from school, and there might be criminal charges. It's just like, so why? It's more healthy for them to do it that way.
I remember reading an article where this poor kid got suspended because he chewed his sandwich into the shape of a gun.
You know, there was a sandwich, there was a kid with a Pop-Tart. It's really fucking dumb how they take things overboard now.
Well, they also have like the zero like tolerance thing, so it's like if your bully comes up and punches you in the face, then you're both suspended.
Yeah, you can't defend yourself if you get attacked. It's the stupidest shit. You also have to be careful just about pointing at people, because if they think you're pointing but doing a gun motion, you can also get fucked.
Yeah, but like, think about it, like, if you were back when you were a kid, like, it was never my first instinct to hit back. Like, it was just instant fetal position when getting wailed on.
Oh, I'd be in a lot of trouble. I drew a lot of pictures all the way through school. I'm talking about going back to elementary school, of murders and shit. Because the stuff I was drawing, so my older brother, remember, 13 years older, I think I told you that the other day. So when he babysit, the movies I watched was Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, Hellraiser, Terminator.
Oh,
So
sounds
I
like
would
my
be drawing
nephew.
like Freddy Krueger murdering people. That was... Or it'd be like Arnold killing shit, like...
This is like
Oh,
my
Predator!
my nephew is like his parents have let him like watch since he was like a toddler. All of those ones, and now he has like a fascination with like really sharp knives and some other things that can be concerning at times.
Yeah, but it's like, it's what you're feeding the kid, right?
And he's also I think, well, 1 kid out of 5. Dude, he's the youngest and the only male.
Should Predator be on the movie list?
It's a good movie. Which Predator? The newest one wasn't bad.
I'd still need to see that. I
You're
want to
talking about
see
Prey.
that so bad.
Yeah, I've heard it's okay.
Not bad.
I heard it's one of those they marketed it like it was this big woke movie, which was a mistake because it turned a lot of people off from watching it.
But you don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah.
They did the same thing with Predators, which I thought was pretty good because,
Yeah.
like, you have all the kind of pretty well-known actors in it.
Is Predators the one where Predators literally hunting autistic children?
What?
No.
There's one of the movies you find out that the Predator. You know the whole like ripping the spine out thing that they did in some of the earlier movies?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, in that movie, apparently they established they ripped the spine out because they're taking DNA samples, and the Predators apparently think the autistic children are more evolved than the rest of humans, so they're taking their DNA. It's really stupid in my opinion.
So weird. Like, I read the Predator comics, and it was just all bone ritual. Like, it wasn't
Yeah.
Yeah,
DNA
there's
stuff. Like,
yeah, it pissed off a lot of people.
I think you're thinking of, I forget the fuck what it was called, but it was like, it was like the second AVP movie technically.
I love AVP. Also a fun watch. Another car we have to destroy? No?
As
Is
our
it missing
parts.
anything? Probably.
Because the one with Arnold, classic, basically made action movies from the 80s, like what they were, basically. I've never properly seen Concrete Jungle.
Dude, there's a bunch of Arnold movies that you could easily watch through.
I really liked oh yeah, absolutely. Alien versus Predator, which was the one with the was she a spelunker? And Predator was like, ah, crap, fine, let's maybe team up.
Yeah, that's the first Alien vs Predator.
Yeah, that was good.
I like Predators because it had dudes like Danny Trejo and Tobey Maguire, and Tobey Maguire like plays himself the entire movie. But like, there's a reason to it. It's a pretty fucking good like oh shit moment in that movie.
Yeah, I didn't really see any of the advertisement for the newest one, so I don't know how they really marketed it like to people. But it's
I don't see much commercials anymore.
Same.
because like it wasn't a bad movie, and it's like kind of going like back in time with like the Predators, like they're just starting to show up.
Yeah, fighting the it's Cherokee and Native Americans, I believe, in the movie, right?
But they weren't even here for us. They were basically, it was just hunting the strongest prey, and then all of a sudden they found us. And then it became
I've seen a
basically
couple-
conquering.
I've seen a couple like people dissecting this stuff about it, and it's like a whole it's called something like you don't acknowledge, like the Predator doesn't acknowledge the main what became the main character from the movie as a threat, just because of like their size, stature, and like how they act and everything, probably also playing into the fact that they were a female at the point, and that in turn makes her become like the biggest threat and the ultimate prey to the Predator, because it was like aloof of it most of the time for the movie.
Oh yeah, because
You're talking about Prey?
the newest one, yeah, because
Yeah.
it starts off with, in the movie, like hunting animals and like going after like stronger and stronger ones.
So I haven't watched it yet, but I've heard where people talk about the part of like because this is established in other movies, like the moments where it could kill it is like, well, there wasn't a weapon at its hand, so that makes it not worthy prey. You know, shit like
Yeah.
that. Like they have some sort of honor code.
Yeah, that's kind of what it was
With
about.
Predator is a total honor kind of thing, is that it won't like attack defenseless like people and anything like that. It's kind of why the like Alien vs Predator was kind of like the perfect mix into a C tier, high C tier movie.
Because they're all about the challenge.
Yeah. And like on it, like you get a lot of that from like the comics, I believe, is that the actual like species of the Predators is totally like warrior race Spartan
Yep.
honor
Yeah.
hierarchy shit, and it's
Very
like
Klingon.
very like deep into that stuff.
And
But
I
the
was
new
gonna say,
one's
like-
cool because since it has like Cherokee Native Americans, they like play into the fact that it fits into Native American folklore of what the predator monster is to like Native Americans at that time. So it's like it really plays nicely given the setting.
So I will say I have heard there is some very bullshitty kind of moments where she makes like an improvised rope weapon and just masters it.
It does happen a bit quick.
Yeah, it's like I just tied it to this hatchet and I can just spin it. I was like, there's no documented that this is ever happening, but okay.
Because she did, in the movie wise, she does like her main weapon of choice is a hatchet. But then yeah, it goes into the whole kind of like I need to create something that's a little more
I'm Scorpion with a hatchet.
Her idea too was a bit more like I need to be a little more versatile. And then like that's gets roped into it.
Again, we shouldn't talk about this too much. Like I've seen like a whole breakdown of the movie and why it's good and had like the little bad moments in it. But if we're gonna watch it, we shouldn't talk about it too much.
Yeah. That's why I don't watch trailers, and I try to avoid like talking about like why things are good and things like that with the movie, because I like going in blind and having lower expectations. I think that's why I liked more of the newer Star Warses a bit more than other people.
I fell
Yeah,
asleep.
but so here's the funny thing with the newer Star Wars. As time goes on, it's like the prequels where people are realizing that they actually are garbage.
I mean, people knew, except I mean, they were garbage from the start.
Yeah, I agree. They were garbage from the start. The only thing hopeful that Disney's done since they took over Star Wars was that first season of Mandalorian, and then they kind of took that to shit.
Rogue One is a great fucking movie.
I've heard there's a new one.
And
That's
the
not
new
bad.
TV show
Mandalorian?
is also I've told very good.
Andalorian, wow, Andalar, some little planet. Andor.
Yeah.
Isn't it just the guy that dies in Rogue One?
No,
Or he's in Rogue One? It's connected to Rogue One.
yeah, because I think you're talking about, I don't know the actor, but
It's like a prequel.
He's a black guy in like the green armor. And he's a character from like some of the animated shows, which are actually pretty fucking good, actually.
God, yes, no, I loved the Star Trek animated show, and then Star Wars Clone Wars.
Oh my god, Star Trek.
Sorry.
Oh wow,
Clone Wars is great.
Are we doing
Clone
that? The whole
Wars is
Star Wars, Star
awesome.
Trek thing?
So Clone Wars. I have mixed feelings on Clone Wars, right?
It's so good.
It's good, but it actually undermines those fucking movies at the same time. Think about like Anakin was only supposed to. He encountered Count Dooku once, and then he came back later, and it's like, I'm the master, whatever. Fucking, I'm better now. But in the show Clone Wars, like they fight him like every week, like every episode.
I think it was
So, like-
every episode.
So like it undermines that. Like
Clone Wars
you know,
got
there's
better
stuff
when
like that.
it focused way more on Ahsoka and kind of like really went into like kind of finding cool lore things to do with the Force and shit like that.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good.
Also-
Like watching her growth was amazing.
I was gonna say that was a good handling of a character where everyone hated her at the beginning, and then they slowly made everyone like her.
Oh yeah, I actually watched something about that too.
You could say the same thing for Anakin through the prequels.
I will also say she should be dead. Like they needed to kill her off. Her being alive causes so many conflicts with the first movies.
Yeah, like why wouldn't she be out? Oh, jerry can full of gas. Do we?
I got a barrel.
Do we want barbed wire?
We can't build.
Can't do anything with it.
You can put it on bats. I mean, you can tie people up with barbed wire.
Somebody found a barrel.
Yeah, Lance said he found one.
Oh, there's barrels all over the city last time I was here.
You guys remember the 3D animated Star Wars movie that was like the prequel to Clone Wars that had like baby Jabba and shit? Like that's not a fever dream, right? That was real.
I don't remember this, but there's a lot of stuff that they don't want people to remember anymore.
Please don't tell me I'm crazy, please.
I vaguely recall a baby Jabba. Was it actually Jabba or just like a infant Hut?
You know, the real thing you should question if it exists or not is Wookiees celebrating Christmas.
What? Beg pardon?
Dude, it's an old Christmas special. Yes, Star Wars, the Wookiees, where they're speaking in their native language with no subtitles, celebrating Christmas. It's a thing. It happened. They want to pretend it didn't.
I found a protector case we can leave in Bobot.
I can't get this barrel over the little waterway.
Drop it by your
Never
feet,
mind.
then jump up and grab it.
Yes, but
I was trying to place it instead of just holding G. Is one of you running all the way past the apartments, like down the street?
I'm still in sheds.
I'm in sheds.
I'm by a school.
That was probably you then, Marmals. I hope it was.
Can you spot them red shoes? Red
Well, it's
beret?
foggy. I can't really see that
I mean,
far.
McDougal's near me. I think McDougal's going up to check all the sheds.
I got DC'd, so.
They also would have a red armband on, but they said it's foggy, you can't see.
Time
My
to
mic like
investigate?
fucked up?
No, that was just my own memory kicking in.
Gotcha.
Another barrel.
My brother said he left his old standing mic in his room.
Are we going east or west?
It was the direction you just came from, so I think it was either you or Marbles. Yeah, my brother left me like a proper mic from like his basically I guess his original streaming setup, so I should probably get that set up.
Nice.
Nice. Oh, is he ever gonna join us? Because I know you threw out the offer to him for DayZ.
He played the one day with me on Deer Island, but that was really it.
I feel like it's either you love or hate DayZ.
It's a bit of both.
Don't hate it.
I think you can love and hate DayZ. Like, it's one of those things like, if you were to take a bunch of the DayZ things, but have it in like a game that actually, you know, works
Was
better
good.
in some areas, would you be playing DayZ still?
There are certain features that I don't know how they could translate into other games, like the bullet physics, but there are features I wish this game would have, like more customization options,
Or character choices?
being able to sit in all the couches and chairs would be nice.
More cooking recipes.
Cooking recipes.
A better cooking system?
Well, yeah, I mean, ultimately, that's what I mean.
In a lot of ways, I kind of wish there was a lot of like the scum systems, but in DayZ.
I got you a Gunter wheel.
Nice. Now I don't have to keep fighting with the thing as it keeps pulling me to the side. Cause like Scum has this whole like, even like stew creation. And
Yeah,
can,
you
like,
also have to monitor your poop.
well, I'm not saying everything in Scum is good. but they do have some good systems.
But yeah, I could, if there were small things like that, it would just improve the game so much. I know it's like vanity-ish to be like, oh, character customization, or let me sit in this chair.
I have another barrel.
Well, we're just gonna need to leave them on like the side of a road.
We are. We can't carry
Come
them.
back for some later if we really want them.
Come back down with a truck.
I don't think we need them, but
Well, it's not a matter of needing things at the moment. Do we need 18 vehicles? No.
Do we want 21 vehicles? Yes.
We
I
need
think
21 vehicles.
At this point, we really need a clip of like, you know, Sentry getting bored and just like, let me just check out the CZ server, and then he looks, and then he just finds our concentration of shit up north. Just see his reaction.
Oh, I'd love that. And it's just a bunch of like people
Did
from
one
a
of you
roleplay
put
server.
a Gunter wheel inside of an Ada?
I did.
no.
Okay, because there isn't blue Ada down here that just needs a wheel.
Yeah, that's what I was like, should we take this wheel in case we come across like an Ada?
And then we did come across one, and McDougal and I, well, McDougal shot it, but yeah.
We
But
can
I'm pretty
probably
sure
find a wheel
was it-
here.
Well, I'm pretty sure there was an Ada wheel in one of the Gunthers, right? That I put in?
That you put
Could've
in?
sworn yeah,
I
I
don't
put
know.
in Dougal's.
Yeah, I think there's one in there.
So yeah, look at that. Car number 19?
I have another Gunter wheel.
Did somebody check this hospital?
No, I just finished up school.
I already did the school. I thought I told you I was in there.
All the doors were closed. Or the office. I'm sorry. An office building.
I think technically the building I was in that I called school is the office building.
Do any of the Gunthers need a rear, front, or right door? They are blue.
I can let you know in I think my Gunter only needs one in the passenger side.
Passenger? Okay.
Okay, I'm heading back to the car so I can look.
And it
Think
may
the car's
be...
back that way?
It
Oh
is.
well, I'm leaving it here.
I was wondering where
I
you were
don't
walking
know.
that. Oh, I need a driver's door.
I don't know where I ran.
That's all I need in mind is a driver's door.
Oh, okay.
And Dougal's has all doors.
Ugh, this is the worst. I hate this type of rain where it's like sunny out and birds are like singing. And it's raining.
Oh, wait. I probably need... You have a thing of water?
And one of you left a yellow barrel out on the street, yeah?
Yep.
So that's 2 barrels in the road.
To be honest, like, if people are on this long, would they really be poking about the capital still?
Only if they want to murder people.
Who would ever want to do a thing like that?
I wonder. Do we have pliers just in case on the off chance we do find...
We do. I only know that because I just threw pliers in one of the trunks.
Jerry cans for days. Vanilla loot's kind of crazy, you guys.
Oh shoot, what did I do with that? It is. It's why even like on our server, it's not even like hardcore. It's just toned back to almost more like how it like normalish.
Oh, no nails in all the sheds I checked.
You guys need me to get the carnival.
Of course you are.
Like a moth to flame.
So the Ada we got is blue. Who's paying up? I know I am.
It was blue.
Yeah.
Cause who said white?
I did.
Okay. Who did say blue?
You're right about the Olga though.
Oh, maroon Olga? What does it need?
Oh jeez.
Water.
Well, we have water.
Yeah, I had a thing of water that was in the Ada.
Yeah, we have water and gas. Full cherries in each one.
She should be good.
I'm already carrying an extra car radiator. Do we need another? I can hand carry it back to the cars.
Another radiator?
Yeah. So I have 2 extras on me. I could bring back.
They're handy. I did end up going through the one I had.
We saw. I think so far, even our tentative movie list is beefy and awesome. Is what we got, like Bullet Train.
Not what I meant to do.
The new Predator movie.
Oh, did you know they made a movie, Control? Like from the video game Control?
No.
I found another tent. Do we need a?
Take it.
But I'm carrying the 2 car radiators. My inventory's packed.
Put it on the street or something so we can easily grab it.
I just happened to, did one of you just either DC or fall on your face?
That's a zombie, bud.
I was a zombie? Okay. For a second there, I thought one of you just...
Was.
Yeah, because like for a second I'm like, it looked like one of you just fell flat in your face.
Not me.
But I happened just to see it the other day. But I was like, oh, there's a movie called Control. Read the description. They turned the game into a movie. I haven't played the game either.
Control? I'm not familiar with that game.
I haven't played it either, but I got it for free on Epic.
Same. It supposedly
it's good.
Yeah, no, I mean it has good reviews.
But no, I didn't know they made a movie.
I wonder how closely they actually like stuck to like the actual like game lore.
See, that makes me not want to watch it though, because I'd like to play the game at some point.
Did it say that that came out?
Did it say when it came out?
Yeah, the movie or show, whatever it is.
The movie? I would have to look. I just happened to notice it was a
Did you guys
thing.
hear that?
What?
Well,
Yeah, I thought I heard a snap.
The no snap?
Don't shoot
No?
zombies.
Okay, probably that then. Okay, the problem is I don't know where I am, so I don't know how I can direct it back here for the 10.
You need to know where the cars are. There you go.
Okay.
There's your Marco.
it's a Marco for anyone else that happens to be on too.
Yep. So thankfully I'm not like, I'm in a direction for the cars, but I'm not near the cars.
That'll throw him off.
Can throw her off too.
It scared me.
Don't follow that one.
Wow, Dougal, you're pretty far ahead. It's kind of close to you.
I had to make a quick trip to the well.
Oh, I see the, Nope.
This is a different build. I don't remember if this building was here before.
God, I am on way too high alert for no reason. I just, like... A zombie was just standing, just chilling being a zombie, and my heart was like, ah, player.
Someone blew up something.
I
Wasn't
heard
me.
that. Wasn't me.
No idea what you're talking about.
On a gunner will.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
How many do you
Oh, I found a canopy.
Nice.
Oh, there are the cars. Seriously, Banaynay, what are you up to?
He blew up my gas station.
Who would ever do that?
I see the smoke.
Well, now anybody who's in the city is just doubly confused.
Because of the wildly varying shots coming from everywhere and explosions.
Non-silent shot on one side of the city, and then another side, and like on the other side, bunch of gas pumps going up in flames.
We don't need canned food. Why?
Oh, I'm by the carnival. That's where I am.
Well, actually, we haven't seen any deer yet, so...
I see a person.
You're by the carnival. Play marbles.
I mean, I saw you running. How's it going, weirdo?
Hey, you know it's going.
Can loose ammo just please auto stack? That would be amazing.
complained to BI. And we'll also put in the complaint for if I gotta change out my item, I'd like it to go back to where I took it from.
That would also be fantastic.
Hey, if I swap magazines, can my magazine go to the one that got swapped?
Exactly. Not.
Instead of a random open, yeah.
Yep. And even though it's an open spot technically, but no, it needs to go to like deep into my bag.
That's what she said.
Well, I mean, if that's what she wants, I mean.
Very accommodating. Might as well just run back and bring the tent bag.
Nothing
we
on
all
them.
scattered like cockroaches with the light on the moment we hit this place. Was that somebody shooting just
Yeah.
then? Okay.
Okay, here's an idea. Take all the vehicles, we bring them down to a parking lot here,
That's what I said.
and just
But-
park them.
Yeah.
They're ours. We still have to collect 21.
Well, I'm not saying like right now.
Oh, like when we leave?
Like, yeah, we go like just bring everything.
Or we make a video, right? Or a picture, like with all the cars lined up. And then like part 2 is us holding the grenade launchers with the HEs. And we just blow them all up.
It would refresh all the cars into the world. God, the
Pretty sure that
server
alien gun goes straight through all the cars.
probably. The server would really love having to respawn 20 some odd cars at once.
Does anyone want black sneakers?
Look at Miss rocking them.
The sold boots
Where you
are
going?
dust.
Okay, stompies.
Oh, I thought those were wrecks. Because they look like garbage.
That's probably a good thing then. You fell for it.
This one's ours.
These
And I
boots
think ours
kill
is the only one that doesn't really have
fascists.
much room.
Did you say freshies?
Just throw them in. Throw it in one of the other ones. They'll do it for them.
Oh, I mean, I'm just throwing shit in this barrel till we leave, and then we can figure out what we're taking.
Because yeah, like the new one in Douglas has room. Oh, one has a barrel.
Trolling the West.
Alright, we'll figure that
Get
out.
another Olga.
Google already has the Olga going.
You have an Olga going?
Yeah, he's bringing it back to the cars.
Like, guess it's a good thing we have Lance and Marbles here.
Hey, I found you another jacket.
Nice.
Killed that one for you.
Yeah, I know how you love jackets.
I do. I love jackets. Jackets are great. You should jacket once a day. Oh, you know what? There's probably a slot here for just a one item.
So our plan, like when we finally leave, is we have our little roleplay concert, and then we
We'll
could
see.
give
I mean,
out
we
cars,
we
or are
still
we
could get.
destroying them all at once.
I mean, we still have until the 18th. We could still get robbed.
I wonder when our final day is gonna be. Like when we're all playing together.
I mean, we could just leave
The
all this
18th.
shit up there for someone to find after we vanish as well.
That's
See,
true.
this is when notes would be fun. To almost make like a scavenger hunt to be like, tell them like where they have to go. And then guide somebody like all the way up there.
Or if we want to sow utter chaos, you could just post a screenshot of our camp and just be like, have at it.
Can you find this place? Oh wow, I didn't realize you put this much in the barrel?
Yes, I had a... Uh-huh. Well, this is also why I have that mountain backpack, so I mean, I can
Plenty of
cram
room
a
in the
bunch of
Olga.
stuff in my hand.
That is what.
Leave that on the
she
ground.
said as well.
I'll hold that.
Oh, I mean, there's room in the tent, but there's room in the
Like,
tent.
get the-
Well, room in the car.
Yeah, but I can just throw that in my backpack. I mean, throw the barrel and shit in first.
Lance, are you just sniping Zeds?
Yeah. I
Hey,
was.
Bob, we'll see if you can put that barrel in
Are you having fun?
this one.
I guess. I killed.
I think it
all
might
of
work. It
them,
might
though.
fit.
Nothing to kill.
It won't. It needs 2 more rows. The tires.
Yeah, but hitting a 300-meter shot on a Z does feel good though.
Ooh, it do, yes.
Mathos and Dougals
Yeah,
did the
agree.
Olga now.
Actually, no. You can get it here. Come
Can I?
back. You just had to rearrange the
Banaynay,
cans. Yeah.
what were your feelings
I think
when
go there, right?
you got that 372 shot on snap?
Oh, that I was surprised that I actually landed it when I had no stamina to hold my breath.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was impressive.
I thought I actually missed.
Like
'Cause,
at first?
At first I did, because the way the gun swayed, like, kind of back up, I could have sworn that I had, like, just completely whiffed the
Thank
shot.
you.
Oh, those good? Get the Flintstones?
Yeah, I
You
mean,
had
watching
That's
the
chewable.
clip, you couldn't,
Yeah.
couldn't tell.
Tastes like candy.
And you had like a sliver of stamina.
Yeah, this Banov run has literally been the only time I've played lately that I've actually maintained stamina.
So good I ate the bottom.
Well, sometimes, you know, you just kind of, it's just that good.
You gonna clean up when you get back? You need a broom?
I don't know why, I just wanted to grab it. I've got the tent.
Hey, you just can't keep your hands off a nice wood shaft, huh?
She's gonna know how to sweep you off your feet. See? Told you she's trying to sweep you off your feet.
Yeah, I can see that.
I mean, you almost went down.
In the Olga.
You know what? I might go down for her if she really wanted me to.
That's very gentlemanlike of you.
I'd never ask you to wait. That's just selfish.
Actually, is there enough room in that car for a barrel since we got the Olga now? Because we could go get that other barrel I left on that corner.
100%. There's like 2 things in
Wait.
there.
You room for 2
I
barrels.
passed that barrel, I could carry it back.
You could just take the Olga down the road to get him.
That'd probably be better. It's kind of down there. I see a crazy man. He's running towards us. Should I take the shot?
Take the shot.
Oi!
Oh, wait, that's a woman.
Oh. Don't take the shot.
Oh! Well, I mean, it still could be dangerous.
Take the shot.
Is anyone not thinking about using their glow sticks and mind passing them off.
This is my glow stick. It's red.
It's mine.
Yours looks a bit more white.
Because it is white.
Great.
We good? Let's get the cars. We'll go grab the last barrels down there. Let's
But yeah,
go home, I guess. I don't know.
I kind of feel like we might have to, we're a little full.
We could work our way up east. I mean, we swept through the west.
You're not gonna offer anyone else a little bit of your mushroom tip? That's a little selfish.
Wow.
I've got more. Here you are.
But you're not gonna feed it to me? Fine. No, I don't want any now.
Oh, it's alright.
What? So, I guess Marbles and the other lady, not Finley, have to choose who's doing the Ada and who's doing the Nolga. Ow.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Do you want to do Ada or do you want to do Olga?
Do you want to
Rick
watch
doesn't
me
have
do
to. I
Olga
don't
right in
care.
front of you?
I mean, it's there. It's not my Olga. It's just a Olga.
What is your Olga?
And she's parked up at home.
And are we going up east? See
Uh,
if we can spot.
we don't have the most room.
I'm just wondering if we should go drive up east in case we can spot anyone.
I don't know if too many people would be settling in the east because it is more like foresty.
Do you think center then? Because we just came from west and I was keeping an eye out. I didn't see signs of life.
Just that one place that the military temps are at.
There's that place. We probably would need to take some check fringe areas, the ways that are off them, the bean path.
Should we check that Millie tent again? We could leave random stuff in there just to mess with them. I mean, we have so much crap on us. We could just leave a a hodgepodge of various things.
Where was the other barrel left? Where's that at? Did we just find the two?
I thought it was. Well, there were 3. I thought.
You get the yellow one?
Where is the yellow one?
I saw a yellow in a trunk. One of these trunks.
Okay, it's definitely not this one. There's one in the Ada.
I mean, are we really hurting for another barrel?
I got it.
I was about to say something, ask a question, and God, does that ever happen to any of you? You have something to ask and it just falls out of your brain?
No comment. Also, we're no longer in a matter of do we need something? We just do.
Barrel's over here.
Oh. Took the wrong road.
Dang it, Banaynay, you were doing so well tonight. No
What?
Finley comments.
I didn't say she was Finley.
Wait,
You-
why are you turning back around? I thought we were going back that way.
I thought the shot was
The shot was that way.
was it not behind us?
Marco.
I thought it would be to my right now.
Marco.
Oh.
Yeah, like that'd be my right.
Yeah, that's not where I heard that shot the first time. But I pointed inside and I said not Finley.
It was still an insinuation.
That it's not Finley?
No, just like mentioning.
Not Finley.
Just you wait. Just you wait. When Chinaris opens back up, oh man.
Try to shove it in the rear.
Just a little close to that.
Okay, so we got
Oh.
2 cars?
Yep.
So, oh my god. Did we hit our 20 mark?
Yep.
We did it.
Now I can officially go let this thing die.
But then we'd be back to 19. Which is not as impressive as, like, I have 20 cars in Daisy.
Well, that's why we have to get 21. Because it's inevitable that this car is going to die.
Well, that's why you kept insisting 21. Should we just put, like, 21 at infinity, because it's probably guaranteed any car you sit in that's like a death sentence?
It's gonna be fine. Totally fine. Right, Lance?
Whatever you say.
Uh-huh.
You saw nothing?
Did you already crash again?
No comment?
That's a yes. Why? How? It's like a straight road.
Rotaries, man. Rotaries. Ow!
We don't have
I saw
roundabouts
it.
where we're from.
I think I do actually have some around here, but they're rare.
Yeah, I know of 2 off the top of my head.
Okay, isn't it? I think Rhode Island has a bunch.
There's a good handful in Denver too. It's a nightmare to drive in.
Well, they better if they're called Rhode Island.
Should just be an island full of roads.
Does that mean every house is a roadhouse?
Roadhouse.
I mean, if you treat it that
But
way,
is it
yeah.
a Texas one?
Well, no, because Rhode Island's not in Texas.
Now I want steak.
Oh god.
Maybe Roadhouse should be on the movie list.
Oh god, are we about to have another food conversation?
God, a good steak with like sizzling fat steak fries next to it and ranch dipping to dip those fries in, the restaurant ranch. Oh,
I can tell you what I had for breakfast.
okay.
Fried fish, grits, and shit, what else was there? That's mostly what I mean, there was pork and beans, but
You lost me at fish.
Does fried fish like pair well with grits?
it's a southern thing, like grits, like, and yes, it does.
I'm trying to remember
I
what
wouldn't think
grits
of
even
pairing
are.
that.
Isn't it like potato-ish or something?
Look, I don't know. I whole life growing up, like it's common here eating grits with fish.
Like,
It's just a southern thing. I don't know what to tell you.
so you don't even know what grits are? They're just the thing you eat?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure off the top of my head what grits
You
are made
don't?
out of. No.
It's like your spam?
It's made from like what's that corn? It's like a specific corn. And it's like they soak it in something.
Maize?
No, that's
No,
like the
maize just
word for
means-
corn.
Maize is just corn, right?
It's like saying chai tea.
I'd like some maize corn.
Maize corn, please.
It's
On the
like-
cob.
Here we go. Yep, okay. Grits is a porridge made from boiled cornmeal. Hominy grits are a type of grits made from hominy corn that is treated with alkali in a process of nixtamalization.
Okay, I kind of understand why you wouldn't know what grits are made out of, because that's, I mean,
It's just cornmeal.
Yeah, you boil this, you know, kind of gritty powder, and then that's grits.
Do you use water or milk?
Water.
so is it kind of like a mashed
Wait,
potato
people use
thing?
milk?
Yeah, grits are prepared by mixing water or milk and cornmeal and stirring them over heat.
I wonder if this is more like homemade versus like instant, because I've never heard of like cooking it with milk.
I've heard of this, but my friend was obsessed with grits with a ton of butter.
Well, yeah, you put butter in it, yeah.
I feel like this is like a recipe for like mashed potatoes, but you're just using something different.
It kind of is. It's very similar to cooking, yes.
It's like okay, it's gonna sound real dumb. It's a greedy version of mashed potatoes.
And then I like my grits, I put like cheese on it. Let the cheese melt. Kind of like you would,
Mashed potatoes.
yeah, kind of like you would
Kind
with
of
like
a-
fully loaded mashed potatoes, yeah.
This is literally just
Dude,
potatoes
thinking
with
about it, you know,
corn.
grits are, actually no, thinking about it, grits are good with bacon bits as well. Or bacon in general, so it's sort of like fully loaded mashed potatoes.
This is literally mashed potatoes, but just with corn.
Kind of, yeah.
Oh, good. Now I want potatoes.
Grits are good if you've never had them. Like, I don't know. It's the only thing that could give you problems if you don't like the consistency of them.
I imagine it's close to like, what's it, malto meal? Not.
Well, did you guys go left or right at this kind of turn here?
Left.
Are these
You
guys?
hit refuge, you went the wrong way.
Yeah, these guys
Grits
faster.
are also like a weird kind of food that you have to have them fresh, because if you say refrigerate them, they do not heat up well.
Does it turn into like a mass?
Yeah, when like the grits cool down, it's kind of like Jello, like forming into like just a blob,
Yeah,
like a gelatinous blob.
And then you can you reheat it though and it'd be fine?
No, it doesn't reheat well. Like you can reheat it, but it's not as good as when it's fresh made.
Doesn't it like dry out super fast?
I mean, it can if you don't put it in like a container.
God, that comment made me think of like that meat Jello.
Talking about Spam, I like Spam.
You know,
Oh no, Spam is great.
Spam gets a bad
That-
name, but it's not
that's
terrible.
That's a jellied meat. That's why I jumped to that.
Oh, it's called aspic. It's a meat jello.
Okay, I've never heard of that, but all right.
I'm not sure you can say that word on Twitch.
I approved all the butt words. Aspic or meat jelly is a savory gelatin made of meat stock or broth, set in a mold, and then you chuck meat chunks into it if you want.
Are we on a road that just goes straight there? Because totally losing you guys.
I was Googling like food and stuff. I think so. I don't.
It should.
I caught up.
Sorry. Google X going fast. So does Lance. Oh, so close.
Great time to just, pull over, guys.
I heard it like whoosh right by the bus. Well, I'm kind of like, I'm awake now. That was scary.
That could have ended in a couple different ways there.
I don't remember what the other thing was now. I didn't eat any of it, but it was prepared. With shrimp and butter, like a garlic butter.
Shrimp and butter, yeah.
I like fried shrimp. I don't care for like regular shrimp.
Same. Oh, I felt so bad because my sister brought me down some. She's like, "Oh, I made a lobster broil," and she was so excited because she doesn't cook very well. And the shrimp, like it still had all its legs on it, and I couldn't.
No,
rip it out
she
of the shell.
doesn't know to deskin the shrimp. Oh.
It all in a pot with some corn and butter.
I think I might have missed a turn. Did we drive by a gas station?
Yeah.
So like it's turning night and I have no headlights, so I'm just like slowly going like
Well, wait,
I mean I could get out and turn on my head torch, but I'm not going to.
I have a headlight bulb.
It's too late now.
Is it? Because I can get out and wait.
I was gonna say I can just get out of the car and turn my head torch on at any point too, but no, I'm at
Battery.
the turn.
If you miss the turn, it'll take you by refuge.
Hold on, were we going straight here or did you turn?
Actually, I'm not even sure I can see the dirt path. I saw the truck.
Can I just say we're like the worst convoy?
It's kind of, well, this kind of happens though once an Olga's in tow. She doesn't move as fast as the rest of us.
Was it here the protector case was? I didn't know that protector case was gonna cause so much rage when I put it in the middle of the road. Perfect, Dougal. Perfect. It's even damaged. Oh, should have grabbed a screenshot.
Is that you guys up there?
I started rolling back. Be good.
You're on the dirt road, right? Or no?
No, keep going straight.
It's too late now.
No, you just roll into the dirt.
I can't see shit like that far with this.
I don't know if I have a headlight bulb or not in my in
Oh, I
here.
don't need one. I could just turn on my headlamp.
Well, he's good as long as he keeps
I
goes
can.
straight.
Like, I'm just going slow. Like that's.
I totally could have just, you know, hung out
No.
until you caught up and given you. Okay.
It's all right. I'm gonna illuminate that rear.
That's what he said?
Gonna shine my light on that big back end.
Oh god, they're doing the prostate exam.
And in fairness, he is probably looking right at my tailpipe right now.
Is the suppressor out?
No, he's got a PU scope.
Just 'cause-
Prostate health is important.
we're adults. And with one headlight on a car following behind you, it almost looks like it's a motorcycle.
Is this the road that goes up by Matisse?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't almost crash.
That's good.
Yeah,
that
no,
you were
he
driving
was
normal.
just checking the brakes.
Yeah, they're not very good brakes.
No, I think they do brake pads.
It's just the Olga, she's just so fast and loose.
Can't believe you talk about your Olga like that.
But my Olga's at home. This is like Olga's sister.
And the other Olga?
A cousin.
So like
the
a
other?
variation of the Krobos, and then
Second
there's
cousin?
Oracle.
See, the truth of the matter, well, there's the yellow protector case. His isn't Olga anymore, it's Oldga. You know,
Oh,
she's
wow.
Old hotness.
She's not, you know, fast like she used to be.
I hear goats, I think. Or sheep. Yeah, sheep are around here, aren't they? Yeah, right next to us. Get him, Dougal. Oh, it's
I don't think
so
this was the
sad,
right
I hate
road.
this.
I don't think so either, because that's a dead end. It's a dirt road that goes to nothing.
sorry. So much death. I couldn't let that poor ram run away. You ran it over like twice. It's injured.
If you run him over, does that technically mean we're eating roadkill?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Funny thing is, if you run them over, you get like the most meat too, because you don't really destroy it somehow.
I wonder if it's like shock damage.
Here's a clean headshot.
Personally, they should make it where like you hit them with the vehicle and they explode in like bloody chunks.
No. I hate it. It's so sad.
You shouldn't get any meat.
You
if
don't get any meat
take
from
that.
it, yeah. Just
Yeah.
then you gotta take a jerry can full of water and wash your car off.
Maybe you could find some guts and bones on the ground, but nothing else.
Was it this dirt road right here?
Isn't it like right after a truck? Was there a truck there?
I don't remember now.
What's it always like when you two get together? All directional sense goes out because Banaynay, you
No, that's not true. I'm pretty good about finding shit when there's slight out.
Did you get the
No, I-
Maltese yet?
I haven't read a single sign for any of the towns.
they
You'll see a giant tower.
case.
The road will come to an end. You
There's-
have to
there's
turn
sign.
one way or the other.
Don Matisse?
So keep going. When the road ends, take a right and then another right.
Because the Don Motis is south of the actual Motis one?
Yeah, it's the town before Maltese.
My point is, it's like when you two get together, it just seems like you cancel each other out. Cause like Banaynay the other night had no issues, like even driving home alone.
Oh, I don't
Oh
go
no, he
this
probably
side.
had issues. He just wasn't talking about them.
He was the first to make it home.
That's going also through like Podludzny and like a straight shot. Or are you talking about when we came back up from the east side?
From the east side.
That way's not too bad. But okay, but to be fair, I also, you guys were like Krishna, whatever it was, just got gas, and I'm like, we're not in Krishna yet. I just left the town that was way before that.
Because you were flying at like 90.
It wasn't until I got to like Military Obsidian that I was just like, oh, I'm here.
Oh, when you guys finally exit Motis, keep going north, and then you'll see a blue truck. Take a left at the blue truck on the dirt road.
God damn it. Don't say anything. To be our secret.
It is a very bizarre experience to be a passenger in a vehicle being driven by a person with just night vision goggles.
I'm sure she's fine.
That's why his lights aren't on.
Correct.
Also, did I make the right turn?
I have no idea.
I don't.
You got me on that one. Also, I don't want to tell you, but your front tires are gone.
No, they're fine.
Totally. How's the radiator?
I don't think it is fine. I just noticed that it went yellow. Oh, the radiator's ruined.
Well, I guess you're in luck. You're not in luck. Unless you got water.
So many gross recipes came
Yeah,
out in the
because we bought
1950s. Like, they were obsessed
canteen.
with canning and gelatin.
I guess we'll have to make do.
Do you know what a lunchbox special is?
No.
Basically, it's a
I got a water bottle.
1920s era
That's it.
sandwich, Great Depression type thing. It's just peanut butter and mayonnaise.
Might be a well close by.
Sounds gross, but it makes sense because it's high fat and high protein.
It's not terrible.
Mayo and peanut butter?
It's not terrible.
I think it'll be good
I
to
don't
drive.
know.
I think there's enough in it.
Hold on, also,
Do you have a wrench?
I do.
Okay, give her a good tune up.
Because we're not too far out of town. There's a well.
I know pasta and peas was a big one during the Depression. My grandmother still ate that, like, even when I was young.
So I don't think it's related or nothing, but this just makes me think of a weird thing that my dad used to like eating.
What was that?
Banana sandwiches with mayonnaise.
Oh, you had me at banana sandwiches, but mayo?
I've done bananas and peanut butter, but not.
Yeah,
not
that's
mayo.
fine. That's an okay combination. But yeah, it was mayonnaise and sliced up bananas.
Ugh, I don't. Oh.
Is your dad pregnant?
My dad's been dead for like 20 years.
Well, now that just made me sound real insensitive.
Hey, you're a little bit of a dick.
Wow.
Yeah, and like, how much do you know about your friend there?
Didn't know enough to stay away from that topic. No, I'm cool. I'm just.
Oh,
I'm fine.
apparently, I didn't know enough to either bring up the whole sandwich thing too. Oof.
It's a weird one, I know. But no, his parents would have grown up in the Great Depression, which makes me think maybe.
Are you sure? Do you have
Weird
enough
thing.
water in there?
Check in tents.
Probably enough to make it back to that town.
Canopy tent was left open, I'm assuming.
I closed the canopy unless somebody opened it.
Well, all the other tents are closed.
Somebody went and did just our canopy.
Not a water bottle.
If you start to go, yellow, let me know.
You know what makes me kind of super sad?
Isn't that well right here, where we got water before? On your left?
Is Ashling goes out of her way to carry unknown food cans to give to Marbles, and they're just being hoarded in the food tent.
So, see, I'm trying to think of like other weird food things. Like, so my grandpa grew up during the Great Depression, and he just covered everything in pepper. Because I'm assuming they had to eat terrible tasting shit, so he just soaked it with pepper, and that was how he choked everything down. And then later in life, he still covered everything in pepper. He had a taste for it.
Yep.
So anytime I smell like freshly ground up pepper, it reminds me of my grandpa.
Aww.
I also put tons of pepper on food too.
I like pepper to an extent.
See, for me, my grandfather was a smoked a very specific tobacco in a pipe.
Same with mine.
My grandpa also smoked a pipe.
It was like like an applewood. And I actually have his pipe plus a bag of the tobacco.
See, my mom gave all of my grandpa's pipes and stuff to my brothers as a mess head, so you can imagine what he did with them.
Why did she do that? Why?
I don't even think that'd be.
I don't know.
They were like,
it was really dumb.
were they like cob ones too? Which wouldn't really.
They were all the old school pipes that would have all been
I don't
at
think
this point.
they'd even be good for other things.
I'm pretty sure he smoked pot out of them, and I don't know what else.
Oh, you know, pot you can kind of do out of them. Okay, you can clog some more.
But still, that's so sad.
Nice.
Also, like, I never saw this growing up, but it's one of those things that my mom has told me. That's sort of like, why are you telling me this? Is like trying to tarnish his memory to me type of shit. Apparently, when they, like, after he died and stuff, and they, like, we got, so we used to all live in a row, but then, like, the interstate came through and they did that whole eminent domain, blah, 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 for the road shit. So when they moved, right, apparently, like, Grandpa had alcohol just hidden everywhere over the house, and he was a raging alcoholic, just no one knew it.
Oh.
And I'm just sort of like, why are you telling me this? This all happened when I was little. I never saw him drunk or nothing. Why are you trying to tarnish his memory?
Yeah, and it doesn't sound like he was terrible. Just sounds like
No.
he's suffering in silence a bit there.
I hear goats.
Kill them.
You too.
There should be goats exiting Motis by the lake. To your right?
Yeah, I can't use this saw
Wrong way.
for what I need.
A handsaw
I
doesn't
need a
work.
hacksaw.
Ah.
You need a hacksaw.
What are you trying to hacksaw?
A gun.
You're making a Mosin, aren't you?
Don't you dare.
Mosin and a revolver.
Look, another handsaw.
I don't know why I still cook lard, like fat pieces with the high percentage meat. It doesn't prevent the boil down anymore, right?
Yeah, it still does.
I thought they
It's not
removed
there.
that.
It's a
No?
dirt road we need to look for now, right?
They removed that you needed fat, but it still doesn't. It,
Somewhere's after the blue check, you make a
it keeps
turn.
it better.
Today in Novelist, I was like
Did we exit the
cooking
town
during
the
a
right
blizzard, and
side?
it was just so nice hearing like the blowing wind outside and then just the fire crackling.
What was that?
I said, what did you say?
Oh, did we exit the town at the right side?
Did we leave the right way? I don't know.
I feel like we didn't.
I don't know.
Maybe we should turn back around.
Well, here's a sign that tells us we're leaving.
Yeah, we're going probably the wrong way because pretty sure I made a left-hand turn into that building.
what turn would it need to get to the building? Are you sure this isn't here?
But I also did kind of forget that you have to wait for food to cool.
See, I don't.
And I just started eating, and I'm like, why
Yeah,
is
because I
she
took a left into
freaking
the
out so much?
building, and you were still kind of parked straight. Which I should have, like, when I left the building, I should have gone the opposite direction. Unless this is the road, I don't know. It could be. And maybe I'm just wrong.
Have you seen that broken down truck yet?
Isn't the broken down truck in Motis?
Is it? I thought it was
Oh.
right next to the dirt road we need to turn on.
Maybe in the beginning we took the wrong one. And now that is the dirt road we need behind us. Because then they say, like, truck, make a right, then make a right.
I don't know. Do
Did
wanna
you guys
ask
get
and look-
goats?
Be embarrassed?
Wait, why do I have to be the one who asks?
You know what? Let's just keep driving.
I mean, I'm okay with either one. We're looking for
We'll
him.
have to turn around
Oh, they
eventually.
died.
No, we're looking for him. Listen, we just keep going on this road and we'll look for the next town. Hey, look at you.
Yeah, at this point, I'm pretty sure we must have taken the wrong way out.
Or we were supposed to take that dirt road.
This is why I don't like coming up from this west side. Why can't we just come up from the other side?
Well, where are they gonna go? Near Nad? Or we're gonna end up in Kraz. But you know, either way, we can figure it out from there.
Wait, isn't it? We're back at Area 3.
Oh, isn't there the dirt road right up here then? Because when we came down into Area 3, didn't we take this dirt road?
Yeah, we took this dirt road on the right.
Are you shouting, by the way?
We parked behind the... I am now.
That helps.
Yeah, because McDougal parked there and we kept going.
Yeah, so...
If you got a map, you know where we're at, so you can kind of figure it out.
Yeah, it looks like there's a turn that we need to make that cuts up north. Like, we take this road, it starts going down south, and you either keep going south at a split or go up north. Because from looking at the map, it's like the only thing, like it's the only road up there. So my guess is we should come up to a Y at some point. And those goats are really far out there.
Wait, is this the Y?
This is the Y, yeah. Then you swing up north.
So am I going left?
Yeah,
or am
yeah.
I going forward?
No, forward, keep going south. And then as long as I'm correct, this is a straight shot. You know, surprisingly, this is probably the best way to go with an Olga.
Less hills?
Yeah, it's a little more flat.
Oh dear, I think we're at the point of needing a second PID tent.
Do we need a second dump tent yet?
No, I've been piecing out the dump tent, so it hasn't like gotten massive. Did bring back a. I could just start filling one of the medium tents with.
Hey, this is definitely the way.
You could, everyone has a medium tent and put their PID in those tents.
Oh sure, okay. Oh, you guys have the other medium tent, because you're Marbles. You're in the Olga.
I am.
Okay.
I'm in Berezino.
Oh, you did.
Berezino?
It's a town in Chinaris.
Okay, I was so confused.
He's taking a scenic route, you know, just up to Chinaris, back down around.
Or yeah.
We're not lost.
No.
No,
No, just exploring.
no, it's just the yoga, you know, a little bit slower. A little trouble on those hills. Don't do that.
Alright, a little bit of a spike in the road.
All right, just don't go throwing that into a tree right now, all right?
Just a little trouble.
In China?
Oh no, that's big trouble.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
What's the little trouble?
Just a little trouble on hills, because when I drive the Olga Anomalous, it's an experience.
You just gotta know how to handle her.
I don't know what that means.
You know, like just really when to like shift into her.
No, I was using shift. It just. Okay, one of these tents will just also have all the sneakers.
You know, our tent could be the same tent.
I realize that now as I'm like trying to sort stuff. I'm like, it's all the same.
Y'all, I gotta split.
Alright, thanks
See
for
ya.
playing.
Hey, have a good one.
Later, y'all. Catch
See
you
ya.
later. Good night.
See? We're back. Just took him a little bit on those hills. Just because he has 2 blown out front tires means absolutely nothing.
Look,
Whoa, what?
nothing happened.
Exactly.
I'm just getting a random urge to wander over in this direction, not sure why.
Oh, it's because, you know, I'm magnetic. You're just drawn to me.
Oh, what the fuck happened?
You know, sometimes, you know, Olga just likes to take abuse to the face. So I gave her face a little bit of a pounding. She just couldn't handle it.
Marvel's your headlamp is on. God damn it. I think out of all the Crow lore, like, Olga is the most tragic.
Don't let Olga fool you with those tears.
Yeah, it's more like manipulation water.
So in this little side room, we have 11 barrels.
Jesus Christ.
I see there's 1 out on this concrete thing, so there's 12.
And we have 2 in the cabin.
I have 14. There's 4 in gun tent, so up to 18. And then there's like, what, 2 by the car tent? So 20?
20 and 20! Hey!
Oh, there's still a yellow barrel in there. Okay, there's 21 barrels. There's a car tent in there if you there you go.
Looks like a normal tent.
That's what I meant. It's in a car, so it... Look, if you put a tent in a car, isn't it a car tent?
It's just a tent in a car.
It's a car tent until you pull it out.
Hit.
Blue one over here too.
Hey, I see those in your hand. You can fix the little flaps on tents with those.
Yeah, I was gonna go look at some of them. I only get the option. I only have 1 piece. Maybe that's not enough.
Delicious.
It just eating up space.
Maybe...
1 piece doesn't seem to be enough to fix any flaps.
No, I'm pretty sure 1 piece should fix it, unless... It won't let you do it unless it is completely ruined.
Because that's even the front flap, right? Like the door flap?
It should be any of them.
Can I punch a door flap till it's ruined?
I wouldn't advise doing that. Check another tent.
The hard questions are asked in Daisy.
I'm just gonna put that away.
You want to have smoke grenades they do not want.
Yes.
I take.
They're in the sea chest.
Okay. Of course it starts raining when the Crow brothers show up.
Means nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a sign.
No.
Let's not read into this too much.
Alright. Totally won't read into it.
Could happen to anybody.
But habitually,
Can happen to anybody.
it seems... Okay.
Did you just call us hoe and bitches at the same time? Hoe
No.
bitchily?
In one
Habitually.
sentence.
I mean, if that's your preferred pronoun, I can...
Is hoe and bitches?
Yeah, I can accommodate that.
My preferred pronoun, I don't think you're gonna want to call me by it.
Can you say it on stream?
I can't. Do you want to hear them?
Is this one of those daddy things?
No, because that would mean everyone would have to call me that. That'd be weird.
It could be your thing, you know? You just want everybody to call you,
Poppy?
got everybody call you Poppy?
Look, if you want to call me Poppy, you can.
No, I was asking if that's what your preferred, because I thought this started with preferred pronoun. Okay, but we're moving on to like names.
We're not trying to name call them.
No, like a preferred like nickname. Like you call me this.
You can call me maybe.
Yeah, that's true. You do that.
That song is too catchy. Oh, we have so much stuff, you guys.
So glad we have a dump tent.
Oh god, are you even putting you're just using the dump tent.
Oh, I have been.
Not even putting stuff away, just
Oh no.
It's fine.
oh my goodness. So messy.
That's why this tent exists.
Wait, your cargo pants. Pick it. Banaynay, at least identify one of your medium tents with like cargo
In my cargo pants now.
Wow.
Okay, good.
Wow.
Yeah, you're slow. You use the dump tent.
Hey, I brought this for you. On the ground.
Because you're supposed to use the dump tent.
Yeah, if you just yeah, it's okay. It's fine.
Do I need gas? Listen, I'm not sure
Yeah, now I feel
you
that much better.
or Marbles want me to go like trying to sort things.
Yet when you raid people, you organize their stuff.
Oh no, I don't. It's not organized. I'm just playing Tetris.
Oh, okay. So mini game in the game.
I'm just making things fit.
Okay. I don't think. Do any of us wear hunter vests?
No.
No, because Lance is.
I thought about it, but no.
No. I don't think Pickles is. I think Pickles, he's rocking a press, right?
Especially not now that I got the cargo pants.
Ooh, you're looking sharp.
Oh, did you want black cargo pants?
Well, I got them now, so.
Okay, it worked out.
Where you at, Dougal? Let me see.
The house.
The only one. There's only two people here who aren't dressed alike.
Ooh, that looks good. Yep, good call.
Oh, somebody
I
have
like
a leather kit.
Yeah, this
Marbles
one
took
right
mine.
there.
Yeah, that's mine. You can see the signature.
I appreciate
Yeah,
it then. Yeah, it's great.
Oh, you know what? Fair
Right,
trade. I got you one of these. Oh, I see. You prefer the brown ones. I understand.
Oh no, it's just, you know, I can use that actually to store more medicine.
And I was gonna say you could fill up your tent with it when you go to sleep. Just sleep with a bunch of stuffed animals.
Yeah, it'd be warm. That's true.
Oh yeah, can we put some of those around like the bar? Well, it's a little chilly.
You can also use them for target practice.
But
That's also
you've got
true.
a bedroom upstairs.
What? No, I'm not sleeping in the shit room.
Just get some
you
disinfectant
know.
spray, it'll be fine.
Yeah, you're so adamant about having your own room
Wait.
up there.
I already cleaned up that rancid chocolate pudding cup that I threw everywhere.
I'm sleeping in the bar.
You know it. You know, I was there. It sounded like you just shit all over upstairs.
Well, I mean that one wasn't so bad. I mean,
We're adults. Farts
maybe
aren't funny.
a little wet, but he hasn't been eating
It's
guts.
always funny.
You know, he hasn't been eating guts and stuff, so it's
Okay,
good.
no more picking up 9x19. We do not need any more. We are officially inundated with it. It's taking up 1, 2, 3,
Look,
4
just-
rows.
It's fine. Keep taking it.
It's-
There's still room in that barrel I saw. We have a handgun barrel now.
but do you see this insanity?
We'll bring another barrel in here just for 9x19.
Look, at this point, every green barrel needs this to be for ammo and repair kits.
It's like a new sub goal of like,
I'm actually gonna take the explosive shit out of there.
God, can you imagine a barrel for every ammo type?
Cause so in my little hidey hole area over there by the tower, that's where I'm gonna hide the explosive shit.
Oh, that's perfect. Yep.
Now,
Oh yeah, I'll hold behind the tower?
the little triangle corner area.
Yeah, I used to keep a barrel there.
I'm
a good
glad
spot for
there's
one.
no audio or visual proof of that.
Of what, the barrel?
Of where the secret space is gonna be.
Yeah, but to anyone watching, obviously gonna know where all our shit is up here. Like, I'm not.
But Marbles, they could come up and rob us. They could take a car.
A car?
They could take one of our cars.
It was only 19. What will we do then?
Oh shit. We won't have the buffer of Banaynay crashing one of them anymore.
This is like rich people who just keep buying things that they don't really need, but they just keep buying them and buying and buying.
You mean like a shopping addiction?
We're not addicted. We could stop whenever.
Have we?
Because technically we're not buying shit, we're just kind of taking everything. We're more like kleptomaniacs.
True.
We went down to the capital with intention of finding people, and then just went instant loot goblin mode.
We
And-
found Ada and Olga.
That's okay. You're solidifying my point here. Like, we didn't bother even searching the city or anything. We just stuck in the one area.
Look, we
in
shot
every
guns.
building.
They could have came
They searched
over.
the city.
We blew up fuel pumps.
Uh-huh.
I went all the way to the water well.
That's true. But in all that venturing, still... I feel like I failed. I brought back barely any 5.56.
Only 5 or 6 I even brought back was like it was probably in a mag.
I have a
Very little
total of-
loose.
Yeah, like a stack of 18 and then 9 tracers. I have so much 308 too. I really gotta burn through that 762 short.
I burned through
So-
quite a bit of it today.
So with the 308, you could go back to using an LAR.
I'm still trying to eat through the 545 because we still have a lot of that too. Still 3 rows of that versus the 2 rows of 308. I guess I could switch out the
I put an AK-74 in there today.
yeah, I could switch out the SK, but that uses the 762 short too, which we have 4 rows of.
I just need a couple more trips down to the aliens, and I'll burn through it with this drum mag.
Yeah, let's.
None of us wears green, right?
Got plenty of red cards.
No, we've been rocking the black and red mostly.
Yeah, so why don't we just burn all the green shit?
Okay, I'm down for that.
Maybe keep the assault vest, but we don't need a green tack if no one's wearing it.
Or those hunter vests.
Or shoes.
Yeah, because Lance said
We need damage assault boots, don't we?
Lance is wearing assault. It's just for a while we've been
That's not where I want you.
hit starved. Dougal, aren't you using 357?
Yeah.
Do you want some more?
I love
Sure.
some of that handgun barrel. I don't know if you saw it.
Well, you're just standing in the corner, just sort of staring,
But
watching.
I mean, it's a work of art, you know. It is
He's a voyeur.
like the way you guys is organized. It's amazing.
But how long have you
Does
been
math
standing
better?
there?
But
I've been organizing for like 10 fucking minutes and
yeah, I've been here for like 15.
There's still a
I
little black
didn't-
cowboy hat if you want to take this to your tent in Google.
I didn't see you when I came in.
Well, I mean, I've been right here, just for like 15, just standing here.
Listen,
No.
you make me nervous standing behind me. Past experiences and all.
Oh, wow, whoa.
What?
What did you do behind her?
I don't know.
He
No, she
shot
said.
me in the ass.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh, we're just gonna bring that
And
up.
a monster just...
We're just gonna bring that up, huh? Just
Hey, I mean, listen, if you had gotten shot in the ass and then that person kept looming up behind you, you'd get nervous.
what? Is not gonna have a gun out?
But she could whip one out.
I mean, are you
Like,
asking him
no.
to
Listen,
whip it out?
I'm not just gonna whip it out.
He pulled the pistol.
What? I'm just trying to stand here. I'm not doing anything.
Well, that's what's so fucking creepy about it. You're just staring. Your eye kind of drifted.
Just the one eye?
Sorry. You never noticed that about yourself.
I mean, are you trying to call me a one-eyed monster?
No, you're just a bit, I guess when you get focused or zoned out, you go a bit wall-eyed.
Wow. The audacity.
I didn't, I got things for you. As,
Really?
why don't you go and bind yourself up? I'll leave you to it then.
It wasn't me. It's not what it looks like.
It looks like you just handcuffed yourself in a corner.
And who would ever do something like that?
No judgments.
That'd be
guys.
weird.
No judgments. Each to their own taste.
I'm not tasting anything over here.
I meant your preferences.
I can't stop picturing just one eye just slowly sliding out.
It's like zooming into like where he shot her.
Oh my god.
The eye just
Oh.
drifts over.
It's just the one creepy eye, like freaking Mad Eye Moody. It's that like stage at night where everything that's funny becomes hilarious.
You know, funny enough, if you open up all the flaps on the side, you could probably see through all of the tents.
Oh, I think you could. Hey there, Corvus, are you done binding yourself up?
Oh yeah. Feel a lot better. Yeah.
All right. Will I go to? Oh, you felt sick.
I wouldn't put it that way. I mean, I feel better. Yeah.
All right. Here you're.
I appreciate it. Are you trying to OD me?
Yeah. No, you mentioned you like to.
A little hit
You did
here
it
in one, but
before.
you just give me 4 injectors. I mean,
Well, it's not like you have to take them all at once. It's
I mean, you just
you
give me
know,
like I just get. Oh.
Well, you went straight for it then.
I mean, who doesn't? I mean, sometimes you just really, it's just, oh.
Well, I don't know if you should keep doing that.
No, it's totally fine. I got a really high tolerance. It's just, oh.
Oh, that's 3.
Hit
That's three
that
morphine.
hits the spot. That. Hey, Marbles, you want to hit? Do you want to hit?
Sure.
Hey, come in. It's right in the Oh, geez, going for it. Was it? Right in the buttocks? That's risky.
Well, it's not risky. There's more meat there.
I mean, it just goes right into his system, you know, like.
Oh, how are you? Can you feel this?
Huh?
Can you feel that?
I mean, I can see your hand touching me. I mean.
Can you feel this?
Ow! Slightly. Maybe I should take that fourth.
Oh, that's odd that you can feel a little path after 3 rounds of morphine.
That's fine. I told you I had high tolerance.
A bit unsettling. Oof. What?
Oh, yeah. Now who's in the corner wearing cuffs, huh?
What?
Weirdo.
Getting some awful flashbacks here.
I mean, who just stands in a corner handcuffed and restrains themselves? You know, like.
That was different. You definitely restrained me. Oh, these are cuffs.
I mean, they're not mine. See? They're not mine.
Leave you to it.
I mean, they're not mine. Why are you giving me your cuffs?
Because you had handcuffed me.
I mean, but why are you giving me your cuffs? I have mine right here.
Why are you carrying 2 cuffs?
I'm not. I mean, why are you giving me your cuffs?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. So one for, other people, and then you've got your personal pair.
Maybe.
Ugh. This makes it very difficult sorting all these tiny bits of ammo.
The Marvel's disconnected.
He totally did.
I was wondering why I wasn't hearing any, like, extra, comments.
Oh, he'd be on this like white on rice.
You don't want them back.
And they're not mine. Why are you trying to give me your cuffs back? They're yours.
I don't carry cuffs.
I mean, it's a little weird. Why are you trying to give me your cuffs, Like, Dougal, I don't understand that. She's trying to give me her cuffs.
Where are they in Dougal?
I'll take the cuffs.
All right. I mean, that's mighty nice of you to give him cuffs,
I don't carry them.
Sure.
We're from I just where I'm from, the last group, it's we're the cuff and tie.
Dougal's doing a magic trick. Puts themselves in cuffs and watch. He gets out of them. No keys.
I just done that like twice over. Yeah.
That. You see that?
Hi. Oh, I see. It's the morphine. So, the pink fuzzies about you, and everything looks amazing and feels good.
I like magic tricks. It's great.
Yeah, no magic tricks.
Nah, no, but Dougal does.
Oh, you're just like seeing magic.
I mean, every so often you watch him, he'll just go poof.
But where is he?
See? He just goes poof.
That's a nifty trick.
It's like he was never here.
The bag of holding has been summoned.
No, he's running on the fence.
Oh. Do we have our Rodriguez about?
Do we need Rodriguez?
I don't know. I just assumed because you said he pooped.
Oh no, that was a joke. He's over by the fence.
Oh, okay.
Just collecting some mushrooms.
They are the best food.
Nah, they're still better.
You're letting the air in.
Comparative, between all
You
of
don't
you,
need food for the water.
it's good to get some air, cross breeze. I mean, you're all quite fair, but we're not a bunch of roses.
Wow, you just gonna come out with it, huh?
Well, I mean, we haven't really had time to, stop and.
No, I get it. Yeah, we all stink.
Oh, aye, yeah, aye. I don't have a problem with organizing. You have a problem with organizing.
I mean, I do have a problem with organizing because I don't want to organize.
It's just so good though. Like it feels really good. Like you should try it.
If this was my base, every tent would be a dump tent.
Ugh. Oh god, this is horrible.
And this way, when somebody comes to raid me, it's just as bad for them.
That's an excuse. I feel like that's an excuse.
Because they'll be like, go to the ammo tent. Well, there isn't one. Go to the gun tent. There isn't one.
It's all the same.
You have to go through every single tent to see what I have.
That is terrible. But then how do you find stuff?
I go to every single tent.
That's so time consuming. And how will you have an idea of like NBC layout?
Or I just keep looting and then I just never check the tents. And I just run whatever's in my pockets.
Was Marbles always the organizer, or was this like a forced adaptation?
No, he's always been into organizing. It's his zen.
It is super zen. Like right now I'm organizing the NBC gear in order that you even put things on.
It should already been like that.
It got all messed up because we kept bringing home more and more NBC gear, so there were 2 rows of hoods, so one at the top, one at the bottom, and then 2 rows of boots, one at the top, one at mid.
Oh yeah, I separate them kind of like out into separate suits.
So we're just gonna like constantly be in this vicious cycle of reorganizing each other's organization.
I'm not doing how you want. If you want it the different way.
No, like I can stop eventually, sometime. I'm sure I'll stop.
You see, I just never touch it.
It just was all mixed up when I was there earlier. So.
And if I don't touch it, it doesn't get disorganized.
That's true. Man, I wish we had more colors of NBC. Oh, if you could color coordinate.
I like how some servers actually they take the protector cases and make them into custom NBC cases. And
What?
they recolor them and like throw like the little like hazard sign on them, and the only thing that can go into the case is NBC gear.
Oh, that's cool.
So you can basically whip out the case and just have all of your entire gear already in there.
It's really cool. I like that. Is that, you said it was a server thing that people do, or is it a mod?
That's a mod.
Oh.
They retexture it, and they kind of like how I restrict sorry, there's a big thing of thunder that just happened.
I heard that. Like, I heard that through the...
Caught me off guard a little bit.
Yeah, that was like snappy. Did the house shake? That sounded like house shaking thunder.
It's not as bad as that one time when it was like right outside my window.
Oh yeah, that was really scary.
Pretty sure I was lightning like striking down that time.
I forgot what game you were playing at that time.
I don't remember. It wasn't DayZ.
No,
I don't think so.
It was.
Was I testing a game out?
Forest. Was it Forest? Because I know you were playing with, I think, Marbles and Snap.
Very likely then it was probably Forest. Yeah. It like right outside my window. It sounded like.
Yeah, like it came through the stream to like extremely loud. So I can't imagine how loud it was just being there.
I'm just glad it was like, where it did land and not like closer to the house. I definitely cannot have like my stuff fried right now.
But maybe later?
Only later, maybe on a time when I can afford to replace it.
Sure.
But not right now.
We'll just ask the storm gods. Oh, we could always ask Dear Isle Dougal. Depends if he's feeling benevolent.
I feel like maybe Deer Isle Dougal's gonna bring the thunder and lightning.
Like, he brings it, but he was also the demigod of storms, so he can control it. At least that's what I figured.
I didn't even realize that we were gonna have a storm. I saw like rain in the forecast, but was not expecting that. And he's back.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
It's okay. You missed nothing too exciting.
No, you missed Nightmare Fuel. Banaynay was describing what his base would look like as far as like organization, and it sounded just freaking awful.
Is Arctic making Hawaiian shirts? What is he doing?
Huh?
Isn't that one of Windstride's or
Is it? I don't know if I've seen that shirt. The top one is like a pelican or something bird and a bunch of
Hey
flowers.
Smurfs, how's it going?
Like, I know that I think he's trying to show off the guns, right? But
that Hawaiian one is either Windstride's or
I don't think I've
Lofty.
ever seen it.
You want me to punch marbles for you? I got it. Wait,
How do you guys
are you still
feel
loading
about...
into game?
Do what now?
Are you still loading in?
Oh, I haven't even started launching the game yet
Gotcha.
because I closed it when it went down.
How do you guys feel about putting the filters in the med tent?
And then not with the NBC gear?
It's just the NBC tent is
You're good?
getting a little bit full.
I've been doing pretty
Messing
good.
with the flow of things. But
trying to get
I'll move.
used to like the seasonal changes around here. Now that we're
How
getting
many
into fall.
sets
Not
of
most of
gear
them
do we
already
really
in the
need?
med tent.
Yeah, there's a bunch more in the med tent of filters. I don't know. I think we have all the sets that we would need for our group at
not
this point.
super new.
So I guess we just need to.
We've been
grab
checking out Banov again since
filters,
he just dropped a new
maybe? I
update.
don't know. We have plenty of filters. Charcoal then.
So we're all just kind of exploring the new changes on Banov on Condition 0 until the wipe happens, and then we'll be popping
looking
over
at, like,
back to
Elastic in there, it's like-
Project Omega.
Did he recolor the Pico? Because I don't remember that specific color of gray either.
You know what? You'd probably have to ask him because I'm not sure.
Because he's not holding a gun in that picture, so it's like, what's she
You haven't played
trying to
DayZ in
show
months?
off if it's
Oh,
not
trust me, we
Pico?
know. Marbles talks about. He's like, I miss Boris.
I'm not familiar with that coat either, or the color.
I don't know why you'd want to recolor the Pico gray. I don't know if there's a desire to have a gray one.
Oh, I have no idea. I was chit-chatting with him today too, and about like the retextures and like trying to get like kind of going through like each one and getting like a base one done so that it's easier, you know, then because I think the hardest part is doing like that very first to figure out, you know, like where the colors go, where like the cuffs are, where the like zippers, stuff like that.
Yeah. You saw my file how I cut up the one hoodie, didn't you?
I did, yeah. So I was talking to him about that, and I think he was gonna start on some, like at least getting like some like you know.
I thought he mainly wanted to focus on guns, though.
No, it was a bit of a miscommunication.
I mean, when I even talked to him, everything he was talking about, I was like, so you're just mainly retexturing guns? And he was like, yeah.
Some of it was he was also trying to get it to work. More so too, also trying to get his retexture part mod to work right.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
And now that he has everything for the retexturing side working, like mod wise,
Got way too many pants.
and then now this way there's a bit of like, you know, going through the different like shirts and pants that may be like wanted color wise, and getting at least the base one done. So then like after that, you know, it's kind of like just slap on the color.
Okay, we don't need any more EpiPens.
I'm gonna hit him as Marbles as soon as he gets in.
We have tons
Waiting.
of EpiPens.
His
Sounds like the Crow brothers needs to walk in there and have a little fun.
He just gave Corvus like 4 morphines.
I went through 3.
We just chained him. Like.
oh god, let me out. Marbles internet went out, so we're waiting for him to get back in.
Who keeps putting their almost used bandages in the medical tent?
It's Corvus.
God damn it!
No comment.
See, I knew this without even asking because you do this all the time.
It just finished the bandage, man. Like.
I always end up yanking them out, and I have a bunch of I finish them all.
Listen,
Good.
if
like,
we
I've
were
been doing the same thing. It's.
if we were back on Project Omega, I would just be combining them. They'd be fine.
This is like I'm walking around with like a quarter bandage, a half use. You're the one who's doing this.
No comment.
Okay, just saying no comment doesn't nullify.
Hey, is this what you want? Is this what you want? Oh, actually, it feels pretty good.
Oh, I don't know if.
Oh.
I mean, you just had a bunch of more.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Oh, this is good. Yeah.
Watch your heart there.
What's wrong with my heart? What's wrong with my heart? What's wrong with my heart?
Yeah, just took
Wanna go for a
a
run?
hefty dose of depressants, and then you just,
Well,
Wanna go for a
before
run?
I start logging back on, how much longer is everyone going to be on?
I need you to get on for one thing, and then you can get off.
I'm just finishing, like, my goal is to clear out the dump tent.
Wanna go for a run?
What? Where you're off to?
Eh? No? That's fine.
But I was
What
just
about now?
about to, you know, get more.
I'll come back later? Okay.
Move very fast.
What about now?
It's what?
Ooh. Ooh.
Do we
Fire rate's
need to
going
give
down.
you a?
What do you got? What do you got, Doc?
Do we need to give you a?
What, one of these? Just,
I think we need to speed you up.
Oh, that's one and the other. Whoa, oh, God. Oh, boy. That's just, you know,
No,
There
I
you go.
I don't react well.
Hey, there we go. Yeah, let's go for a run. Yeah, let's go for a run.
All right.
Yeah.
Oi. I wonder how far I can run.
Hey, come on, lift those legs. Lift those legs. Lift them up. Come on. She go. Left, right, left, right.
Found a new suit in the bus.
Oh, snazzy. I'm sure she's fine.
This is me.
She's fine. Is this player built? No, this is actually on Banov. There is a there's a place all the way up north. And this is just how the guy, like the map dev, built up this one camp. And the one guy that I was just talking to there, McDougal, when Project Omega first launched and we were on Banov, this was actually like his base. So just another bro had done like some custom edits for us at that during that time. I think that storm's getting a little bit closer.
Did you just hear another like
Oh, it was a long one too.
thunder pop?
So how was it? Was it good?
That's why I say, didn't it just turn Thor's Day?
Was it a good run? Good run? Yeah.
I feel sick.
It's good. Give you your hot probably just needs a little bit of a rest.
I
Kind of like just one of these. A little
No,
morphine.
I-
A little morphine.
no, it's so tired.
It's good for you.
Organized.
Yeah, no, it's good for you. It, you know, relaxes those muscles.
It feels like you just injected lead into my limbs.
You'll be fine. You gotta work up that tolerance, you know? You got a tolerance, you need one.
You have me an addiction there.
What? No. Of course not. Wonder if I have a... Do I have a map? Where did I leave my dry bag? Has anybody seen a green dry bag?
Yes, in the PID tent.
Why is my bag in there?
I thought you ran around with a red one.
Sorry, dry sack.
I think it's in there.
No, it's not. I yanked it out. There's 2 in there.
Shoot, where's my green dry sack?
Probably the one that's in my inventory right now.
The one that probably has the, like my extra ammo, my keys. You missed.
It's empty.
But you
So
might have
this
just
isn't
killed my
yours.
car. You killed my car. Ashley, you killed it. It's dead. Why'd you do that? You killed my car.
It look no, it looks fine.
Oh yeah, do you have my dry sack?
The one I have is empty.
Uh-oh.
Where did you leave your dry sack?
I thought it was in the car, then I thought it was in my bag, and now it's just kind of gone.
No, the ones that I took were in the PID tent that had nothing in them.
Oh,
Those were the
also,
only ones I saw.
Boris says hi.
Oh,
Who?
Boris.
Who?
I don't know. You know, this corrupted Smurf.
That doesn't sound familiar to me at all.
That's not rude to call somebody, right? It's a little smoky in here. I lost my bag. I lost
Is
my
that
dry
why you
sack.
wanted me to wake back up?
I did, yeah, because I was told to do that.
Do I need to lay down and show them how I'm still doing my calf exercises?
I mean, maybe, yeah. The calisthenics. There you go. Yep.
You know, gotta look good when I'm in the capris.
Yep.
You know,
3,
learn
Come on.
this all from him.
4. Come on. Come on. 5. Come on, you can do it. 6. Hey, come on. 7. Come on, don't. It's 8. You can do it. 9. You can 10. You look winded there.
Now the other leg.
Oh, no, I can't do the other leg.
Oh, this is why you only have one strong leg. Wait, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Come on. 7, 8. Work off those guts. 10, 9.
Wait, I'm who taught you how to count?
start over?
What? You were going for 11.
So confused.
It would be, yeah, that one strong leg there. But yeah, so Boris says hi.
Wait a second. This one has. Where's Asling?
Probably over in the medical tent getting high. And she was over there just injecting herself with morphine and epi early. I actually did somehow lose my... So I really did lose my dry sack. And I don't know how.
Seriously, where did you last have it though?
I would have to like watch back stream to even figure that out. I'm not sure if I got like, if I maybe got put into another car by accidentally.
Did you check all the cars?
Not yet. I might try that now though.
Everything's a dump tent. I just did it.
Oh, apparently I may have dumped my dry sack.
And it may have gotten organized.
Actually, here's a
away.
good question. Did I dump my dry sack in? Did I dump my dry sack in there and then somebody emptied my dry sack? And then my dry sack got organized?
No, I did not take any. I can't speak for the others. I did not remove a dry sack.
The 2 that I pulled out of the PID's tent were there yesterday, and they were empty.
I've lost my bag. I just want to just lose a dry sack.
Oh, Banaynay.
Hopefully I didn't like somehow drop it when we got water.
Not to sound
Like, do you think maybe you minimized one of your inventories by accident?
Maybe we need to time up and look at his
No.
inventory for him.
Did not do that.
Yeah, I think so.
I did,
Oh,
totally
yeah,
did
that's-
not
Yeah.
minimize my pants.
Okay, we need to. Yeah,
That has a
that
dry
calls for
bag. Just
punishment.
that dry sack's just right there. Yep.
Okay.
Hey, I'm a weirdo.
Found my sack. There it is. I was gonna show you the map. So, Banov is a mostly it's pretty flat. It's not like Chinaris that has like a lot of like, kind of like mountainous ranges and like you kind of like work your way like up in elevation. At least not as extreme. But a lot of the areas, like for this update, he filled like the map out a lot. Because like before this, one of the big reasons why we even like moved away from Banov was that certain areas just seemed really empty. So it's been kind of fun going back and seeing like the new areas that he's done up, the new roads, forest areas. While we all kind of wait for the next Dayz update to drop, like in a week and a half.
If you don't want to be in the uniform, I can go get you the black.
And this is I don't know if you ever joined the Discord, but Condition Zero, this is like Silent Sentries server. There's not really like a list of rules for the most part. Most of the settings are vanilla. There's no nails on the server, so you can't like build the base. But as you can see,
God damn it! I need to grab a screenshot. Is it
like we've been on since like day
is it exactly
one
the same?
that he brought up the server back up.
Are we wearing exactly the same stuff now? Except for guns, yeah.
And like we have 20 cars. You guys want a screenshot? You want a photo?
Oh yeah, that's fair enough.
I kind of need them to see.
They look nice. They make your eyes look rather large and sparkly.
All right, you two,
Wait a-
up against the wall. What? I'm not robbing you.
Hey.
Jeez. Calm down.
Oh,
Actually, her
Right.
gloves are still different.
Your light's still on too. There you go.
I think I
Well,
saw a pair.
the ones over there are brown. These are supposed to be black.
Oh, hello. Keep an eye out.
All right, you two, pose.
Good.
I know I'm putting you on the spot here.
Uh,
All right, there's one of you.
like this.
Now, just hold it. Hold it. Hold it. No, you're facing the wrong way. You're facing Ashley, over here. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
She's kind of in class, so she's a little blind.
And then
Like,
on three, say butt cheeks. 1, 2, 4,
don't know.
3.
And
Cheeks.
the butt cheeks.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah. Just like that. Hey, well done. Well done. You definitely don't have a
Hey.
career in modeling, but keep it up.
Yeah, you weren't. He wasn't. There was no camera. What?
There
Heck
isn't a
was
couch
that?
in the couch either.
A what?
Nothing.
Wow.
Uh,
Wow. You went there. But don't just you can't just say that and put your dry sack in your hand.
crow.
I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, is it a...
We had an
oh.
extra.
Yeah,
Just
just
take it
jamming his
home.
arm.
I like it. I like it. It's good.
Oh wait. Oh, there's one more. They are marbles. You want?
Jamming in my thigh.
Right.
All right, she gets you, and I'm gonna get her.
There we go.
Right in the middle.
Did you just shove it in her hand? He just poked you in the butt.
Such a bee sting. I always. What is it with you and that? You know.
What?
What is it with you and butt stuff? Now we need to work on your boundaries.
What? She was giving you some, and I gave her some. What's the problem? You know, I gave her a little
Why'd
bit of
you put it
morphine.
in my bath?
Well, you weren't
What is
facing
with the
me.
ass?
It's morphine. What do you? You shouldn't run like that. The morphine.
Trying to work it out in me system.
What? I mean, she was facing you, giving it to you. So
Oh,
thought it was
so
a-
you're saying she was asking for it, huh?
I just thought it was
Wait,
appropriate.
did you take that morphine?
Don't
This
give
is
you
very important. Did you take it from the tent?
maybe.
So the rolls are. The rolls are. Fine. Well,
There you go. You know, I feel like sharing today.
Sharing is caring.
Yeah, that's what Ma taught us. Yeah. It's alright. She'll be okay. Just gotta run it off, you know. But yeah, this is like it's super casual. There's a bunch of us from Project Omega who are currently like running on here. Some of us are doing like duos and solos. There's a couple like of us who are kind of like one big giant group. Cause Project Omega doesn't have or doesn't allow rule-wise OOC comms, so everything has to be kept in game.
So,
So it's kind of fun to always kind of just hang out with everybody.
I ran to see how far I could run,
And
and
you-
the answer is
And you didn't take another epi to get back?
no. So the answer's really far.
Oh, shit. I think and then that be last, what, 30 seconds plus?
I think it's 120, isn't it? Or am I confusing that with the alchemy potion?
Might be confusing it. Or maybe it does. I don't use it that often, but I know you can get a pretty good run.
Yeah, I'm jogging back. God, I miss auto run.
So yeah, Boris, I mean, if you're ever interested in, at least right now, like until like the 18th and whatnot, kind of like having like a chill thing to run with. A bunch of us are always in the Project Omega Discord. When
You
we're
know what's
playing,
weird is
just
I
like the
remember
community
being
hangout.
accosted by wolves like constantly up here, but I haven't seen a single pack since we rolled in.
No, they hardly ever came up here.
I was telling Dougal the first Finley run up
2 Dougals. I ran across like 3 different packs and then another at his gate.
Maybe you brought them here?
Probably. Oh, it was like the stirrings of the wolf spawn
Like
madness.
you like ran past their spawns and just like attracted them like to the area.
Probably. Well, the aggro range is like 200, or they start tracking at 300 and then get aggroed at 200.
I think up here, the most things Dougal has is like there's like a bear somewheres.
And Dougal, wasn't there a deer spawn like west?
Yeah, not far. West and east, all over this place are deers.
Didn't they? Wasn't there also a heli crash real close by that's not here anymore?
Yeah, like right out front with the helipad. Wasn't that a bro edit?
The helipad was, but wasn't there actually just like a regular, like, you know, a
Yeah, the
regular?
heli crash, that was right where that helipad was, but I don't know if it's still there or not. I haven't seen it yet.
No, like if it is, it's a really low chance.
How many blood bags are you guys carrying on you?
2.
0.
One.
Marbles. Aisling has been bloodletting herself.
I think we're the same blood type.
Yeah, and which means you don't have to draw any of your own.
I'm good.
Ow.
Can't believe you went into a gas zone with no bag of blood.
Well, I'd be able to give him
He's
one
got
of
an
mine.
ejector.
That's right, I have the cure.
Oh,
I also have one of yours as well. And then the O positive one that I can take for the A positive.
let's see, because last night or the other night it was 9. A total of
I think it's a command.
18 blood bags have been donated.
Or maybe it's not a command. That's the command? That's the command. Though the website is a little wrong.
Make sure you check which one you grab, because one of these in here is A positive.
We,
Who popped an A positive in there?
I mean, I could take it
Snap said he was A positive.
because I'm A positive now.
When did you? I thought you were O Nate.
I died.
When did you?
When I jumped in the hole.
Jumped in the hole.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, but I can still take the O positive as an A positive.
Yeah.
And then I have one bag of your O negative.
I should just trade it out for the one I got, because I'm A positive too.
No, I think you can only take O negative. I don't know if you can take O
thought
positive
we
as in.
Thought we went through all that, and A positives can take O positives. If not, I'm running a really
But you're-
risky gamble of holding on to a O
I'm
positive
pulling up
blood.
the blood chart.
Actually, as long as your blood's full, you'll be fine.
It won't. One bag probably won't kill you, but it definitely gonna hurt.
Okay, yeah. So A positive can take O positive, A negative, A positive, O negative. So the O's and A's, you're good.
It will still fix you even if it's the wrong type.
You'll get sick for having the wrong blood type.
Yeah, but it'll still cure the gas poisoning.
Oh, gotcha. I mean, yeah, it would. You just have to hope that you don't.
Sentry
Die.
tested it the other day on accident, or
Really?
well, he had no choice. He didn't know what his was, and they had a blood bag, so it's either that or die to blood poisoning or the chemical poisoning from the gas.
And did he come close to dying from having the wrong blood?
He lost a lot of blood, but I mean, he lived and it cured the sickness.
See, that is a risky gamble.
Do we even want
stab vests?
Probably not.
No.
Should fill up like one tent.
Nice.
Just fill it up with just fill it up with plate that we're never gonna wear. Oh yeah, as I was explaining to you, the site's a little wrong because we had a deer aisle up for a little while, but that one's currently offline. We have a Namalsk server up instead in its place, and then going forward, we're pretty much just gonna have, I think, Chinaris and Namalsk. And then if we want to check out new updates on like other maps or, you know, or just brand new maps, we're all just gonna like, we'll just go to like the map and just, you know, hang out and test them out and do like a run. Oh, I'm glad that that's not actual barbed wire.
Why can't I take this belt out of the dump tent?
It's probably not there.
There's no belt there.
Okay.
Alright, you know, I think I'm might call it.
Yeah, it's getting there. And the dump temp's almost empty.
And I got the punch in for Boris.
That's so mean.
It's okay. He then said that one of Marble's legs is a log and the other one's a twig.
What does that mean?
Look, if I can alternate the kicks, I would, but you can't.
You can only work out that one leg.
Okay, we do not need any more KA mags.
We need more guns.
Yeah. Like fun guns.
That's doable. Just update up the millies or kind of hit up. Isn't Jankov supposed to be like top tier? Like the upside part of it?
Yeah.
So we might have to like maybe do a couple runs around there.
I found an AK when I went there last, but it was AK-101.
We could try a couple runs out there.
But I didn't really loot everything there. I just did a quick run through as I went to the underground.
Yeah, because if we go over there, that's probably like if we go underground, if you have like 2 or 3 filters, you can kind of like
Clear the top.
clear the top part for like, you might want to bring like or find like a big like field backpack,
I'm wearing a field one.
an empty one.
No.
I'm sure you'll probably find one there.
Yeah, it's just so you can like toss the loot in the bag so you can.
Yeah. I'm down for that because like it stings not being able to like do the fun underground stuff.
Yeah, because I feel like the only way you could do that is, well, if we all rocked night vision goggles, you probably could.
Yeah, that'd be.
But I thought it was the flash as soon as we started shooting her was the problem, though.
Oh yeah, the muzzle.
Muzzle flash. Yeah, didn't think of that.
Mhm. Oh well, it's fine. I can do the top.
All right, I'm gonna hop out. I'll catch you guys later.
Peace.
See ya.
Right.
All right, let's see here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna end it here for the night. Seems like a good hopping off point. Appreciate everybody for hanging out. Appreciate the follows, the new subs. And I will catch you guys later.